the Taran living light seed. All right, the Taran living light seed, eternal life, Akasha, God seed. Now, on the cosmic level, first creation was set in motion with this after Partakai 1 and Partakai 2 phased. Through the process of this phasing, if you think of, this is the creation point, you have Partakai 1 was born, which that is a whole other process that other workshops will deal with and we have covered it in the past. All right, Partakai 2 emerges from the consciousness of Source into the consciousness field of Source. This isn't something Source put away from itself. It's like a point of attention in the vast, limitless consciousness field that is Source. Source created its own body, its manifest body, as a thought form within its own expansive mind, you could say. It is in the mind of God, but it is also the consciousness field of God, or the complete unified field. So, first creation, and the only real eternal creation, takes place as a thought form that emerges from the mind of God, in the mind of God, from which Partakai 1 emerges, and then Partakai 2 emerges. Partakai 1 and Partakai 2 are bearer of what are called the eternal and the original encryptions. The original encryptions are a signature of radiation stored, or stored electrical potential, in the form of what is called a gelesic state. These have to do with what are called the etaurs, or the ethers, that are a state of consciousness, a state between consciousness and manifest substance. So we say Partakai are the first units of creation. They are units of the consciousness of God's Source, and they are part of what are called the etaurs. And there's a whole bunch of texts in scribbled form that are about those. So once we have the etaurs that create Partakai 1. Within that Partakai, it is imbued with the signature or the natural encryption of the etaors that is carried within the consciousness beam of Source itself. Let's say Source decided to think about something and focused its mind in a small area, just a bit of concentration in one area. That beam of consciousness focused in a small area like a laser beam imprinted the energy that is still part of Source with the very specific encryption, or the energy that is carried on the consciousness of Source itself. This is where we've got the base 12 Christ code encryption has come from this. It has come, and the first encryption has to do with what is in the Cathara grid configuration, the precise mathematics of the Cathara grid configuration, 12 points of energy. And those 12 points of energy are 12 points of etaor, and they divide into something called urs and rus. Units and Ru units. I believe I think the I have this all written down somewhere, and it wasn't what I was planning on going into tonight, but I'll just do it briefly. I believe, have a stored electrical potential quantum of 15, and Rus are reversed, which changes their gelesic state, so they also have the stored electrical potential of 15, and I believe you end up with stored electrical potential in one Partakai of being 360 because of a set of 12 and a set of 12 Ru. I believe that's how it works. And from there, the quantum mathematics of Partakai and of creation mechanics begins to occur. This is where when we go through the processes by which those first two Partakai enter the starborn cycle of expansion and quantum replication to create the manifest light body of the cosmos, it all starts with the mathematics that are held within that original encryption and the eternal encryption. So I won't go into which is eternal and which is original, because it has to do with the process or the birth of the Partakai, and one is the replica of Source. It's exactly like Source, the image of, and the other in the process of birth flips, so it becomes the reflection of, and then so it gets complicated with encryption. But if you can understand encryption as being a set of little gelesic units, gelesic etour units that are stored electrical potential of specific quantum. And they come from the first Partakai that set eternal life, creation, and motion, and everything will carry the core encryption from which eternal life manifestation emerged. But it picks up different encryption as you get into the manifest worlds. Every individuation requires a different combination of encryptions that are built around the Criss code encryption of first creation. Now, there are beings that lose their Criss code encryption, where they started with it. Everything in creation started as a child of the Criss. It started with the Criss code encryption. But in falls like black hole falls or the Metatronic code mutation, that encryption is twisted and distorted and loses part of its quantum, and the natural geometrical relationships between the units in the encryption changes, and it changes everything as far as the way the light body structure and therefore the manifest structures that form within it are created. So we are working with the original first creation encryption. We're the only ones on the planet that are actually teaching it and teaching that there's a difference between encryptions. You have Metatron teaching you how to spin your Merkaba in the wrong direction, but they're not telling you where all of this started. They will tell you about the seed of life, but they won't tell you that it's the seed of artificial life, and it's built on the Metatronic encryption. We are dealing with Criss code encryption, and that starts with Partakai 1 and Partakai 2, which bear the original encryption of source consciousness in the form of little Jaleesic units called Urs and Rus that together form the quantum of the first Partakai, the stored electrical potential of the first Partakai. The second Partakai also has a set of them. It carries an encryption. It is the interaction not only between the Partakai units themselves, but between these Jaleesic radiation points within them that the process of sparking is enabled, where when you have Partakai 1, let's just ignore these three for a minute and imagine this is Partakai 1, that's creation point. Partakai 1 is born, then Partakai 2 comes through and births out through the center of it, and it actually splits Partakai 1 on these axes here, splits it at 45 degrees. Actually, they start at 45. I don't think it's at 45. Yeah, it is at 45 here. At 45 degrees, because these move in and out from 45 to 30 to 0. But it starts from creation point. Partakai 2 takes the place, holds the place, the position at creation point that Partakai 1 originally had. You have the two pieces of Partakai 1 that break down into two 180 quantums, right? So you had a 360 quantum that was Partakai 1. It got split by another 360 quantum coming through it, and it split into two 180 quantums, one with a positive electrical charge and one with a negative electrical charge, one carrying predominantly Urs, one carrying predominantly Rus. Now all of these have names and things. The first split are what are called the Ha and the La. I believe it's the Partakai Ha with the positive charge and the La with a negative charge. When the Ha La of Partakai 1 split, they come down, but they're still linked. Their core encryption and Cathar grid that's inside that holds that encryption is still linked to the creation point, even though Partakai 2 is at creation point. So they link in through Partakai 2, and that means they are drawn back together, and they phase on what is called the 0 point line, right, which is the vertical line coming down from creation point. When they phase, the Urs and Rus within them, those Jaleesic points, spark. They release and replicate some of their stored electrical potential. They create a spark that is the first spark that is called the Hala spark, H-A-L-A spark. That Hala spark is a backflow spark. The backflow spark goes back up. These come down here. It sparks here on the spark line. And you have the Hala spark and the remerging of Partakai 1. The Hala spark enables Partakai 1 to ride up through the 0 point axis because it opens what's called a breathing tube up in through Partakai 2. They go back into source. Partakai 1, the Hala spark go back into source. And then, because backflow is given to source, it opens the creation point again, and the Hala spark comes back as the Allah spark, where you have the HAs reversed to AH, and the LA is LA is AL. It ends up as Hala, Hala, Ah. Ah refers to the void space that is actually created around the Partakai space from when Partakai 1 split and Partakai 2 came in. It creates what is called the AAH void. So this is where we get names and encryptions, the vibrational signatures, like Allah and Hala, and later the Karayasata, where you get Christ and all of those words. So all of the words in our religions had to do with translations into outer auditory terms of the original encryptions. The names originally did have meanings, and they still do. So when Partakai 1 splits, phases, creates the Hala spark backflow, and then comes back out with the the Allah backflow return spark, Partakai 2 splits when that happens, which means Partakai 2 splits, but it splits up because the backflow return spark is coming out this way and it causes Partakai 2 to split up instead of down. Partakai 1 again takes the place it originally had, and originally the first backflow spark, the Allah spark, would go here. Now the same type of process happens with the Partakai 2, where it up phases, it sparks, and it creates, I believe it's the Bada backflow, comes back in, and it releases a backflow spark. What you're seeing in this Taran unit are the backflow return sparks that are created from the process of sparking of the Partakai. So we have Partakai 1 originally, it was the atomic down phase one of Partakai 1, created the Allah backflow return spark, and meanwhile the Partakai 2 had split into the Ba and the Da. They create the Bada backflow spark, creates the Abada, I believe it's called, backflow return spark. Then that coming out, the backflow return spark coming out, causes Partakai 1 to split again. And again it splits and it tries to make another spark. However, there's already the Allah spark in the way on the vertical axis. So it does indeed make another spark, which makes another spark, travels back in, but when its backflow spark comes out, it can't come down vertically because there's one in the way. So the process of the third, which is an atomic from Partakai 1 spark occurring, creates this movement where what was on the vertical axis, the Allah, shifts over this way, and the next backflow that was coming out, actually reverses spin and shifts that way. And that creates this interaction between these three. Okay, you have the first backflow return spark, the second etheric backflow return spark from Partakai 2, and the third backflow return spark from Partakai 1. Both of these are atomic, one with a positive charge, one with a negative charge, and they create a magnetic connection, an electromagnetic connection between them into the center. Then there is a process that is about 25 steps long, they said, about what happens then. Because again, they phase with each other, but I don't even have the charts for that, by the way. But those three, which are considered Partakai backflow return sparks, so these are 3 Partakai units, right, that were created through the phasing of Partakai 1 and Partakai 2 of the triad. They phase together and they pull into the center and then rebirth out with a central unit that is called the Partakey. Okay, the Partakey can be looked at as the 4th backflow return spark. The Partakey is a photogenerator cell, and it has within it what are called layers, or gelesic layers. Within these gelesic layers, which are different states of gelesic matter, the gelesics refer to that place between consciousness and substance. They're the eter gelesics. And inside of the Partakey, you have layers of gelesic radiation. And it is through these layers of gelesic radiation and their interaction with the other 3 Partakai that you have the first process of spark generation occurring, of spark cluster generation occurring. And it is those spark clusters being generated that form chelons, fire letters, and then harmonic keys. And then those keys go on to build and form tachyons. So that's the process we're going to look at now, because this is the key generation cycle, which is a tachyon cycle. When we get to understanding the starborn cycle, as far as how the layers from Partakai 1, how the layers of the light body build up from the first creation point all the way through the 4 domains into the outer domains, it starts with this process, and it starts with, do what? Excuse me a minute, I got company. Incoming, what? Go to the next graph and then stop. They want to do something. All right, there's an activation coming in. They want to do one. All right, they're going to do one of these early. Okay, what are we doing early? Okay, they said go to the next one for a minute. Okay. They said, all right, talk that one through and be prepared to put up what? The return to the Unisi one on. Okay, all right. At the back of the pile, dear. Yeah. This happens sometimes because they're watching the grids, and if there's the best time for an activation to work, they will run it then. And do things like, excuse me, knock me on the brain and say, we interrupt this program to bring you a broadcast, right? All right, return to the Unisi starts with, wait a minute, activation of Rashala core. The Windsong circuit, okay. It's labeled code 1. It is the Rashala core flame, the colored one. Yeah. Yeah, I forget which color one that is. I think it's the rainbow flame. Yeah, that one. Okay, so they're going to put that on in a minute. I will talk through this one, and in a minute we're going to jump backward and then come back again to where we were. All right. Anyway, this is still the Taran Living Light Seed unit, and we still have the 3 Partakai and the Partaki in the center. These bands represent the Jaleesic states inside of the Partaki. I'm not going to go through all of this, but the 9 inner Jaleesic states that are inside of the Partaki, they all have names. You have one which is called the Nada or the diamond door. You have 2, which is called the Adama, or the Adama flame. You have 3, and this is working out from the center. You can't even see 1, 2, and 3 in there because it's so tiny. You have 3, this is called the Jaffa. I do believe this is where you get the Fa ratio and things like that. That is not supposed to be the Phi ratio, it's the Fa, Jaffa ratio. But they haven't even gotten into that, they've just hinted at it. So you have 1, 2, and 3 Jaleesic layers. 4 is called the Tao. I believe it's pronounced Dao here, but they do say Tao, T-A-O. All right, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe is right there. You have the Ida, which is 5. You have the Jada, which is 6. These are the encryption signatures, when you translate them into sound, of these Jaleesic states. Notice, somewhere out there, by the time we get into middle manifestation, you have Idas and Jadas, like Jadans of Idans. That has to do with the Jaleesic core matter states of those spaces. So you have 5, the Ida. You have 6, the Jada. You have 7, the ta'ur, and this is where we get the ta in tahians. It has to do with what forms in that layer within the core of the Partaki. Okay, we have the maja, which is 8, and we have the ka, or the ina ka, and this is where the twist on the keys of Enoch. It's the Ina Ka is this particular layer, the 9th layer out here, Jaleesic state. These are considered the inner 9 layers of the Partaki, and they are called the Iyuka, or the yolk of the egg of life. There are other layers. There are 6 outer photo-Jaleesic layers of the Partaki that are the Ra, Sha, the La, the Ka with an H, the Ta, and the Ra without an H. All right, these particular outer layers are the outer layers of the egg of life. So this is the core. This is the Taran seed, light seed, but every little Shalaya unit also carries these same properties, but in a microcosmic version. First creation was set in motion through this. The entire cosmic light body structure and all the things manifest within it have at their core the first Taran living light seed. And inside of that Taran living light seed, you have the 9 inner and the 6 outer Jaleesic, not quite matter states. These are called proto-Jaleesic layers. And when you get out here, they're called photo-Jaleesic, which has to do with light, or the beginning of what we would consider light or electromagnetic spectrum. So, are we ready yet? Almost. Go to the next one. He said, okay. He said 1 or 2 more, and we're going to do it. They just wanted us to be ready, because it's coming. Okay. Now, this is just to show you the Partaki up close, and those layers where you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 inner layers in the Partaki. Then you have 10, 11, 12, and you can't even see 13, 14, or 15 that go out that way. Now, this is just showing you that there is a specific size expansion. There is a specific mathematical formula of the size of expansion from one to another. There's a rotation that occurs, and this is the same thing that happens when we get into the starborn cycle, where it is all built on the Cathara grid, the precise mathematics that are held within the Cathara grid template. And there is a shift of, this would be considered the 0 point axis. then first shift, axis 1, takes it from a catharogrid this size to one this size. Then axis 2 takes it to one this size. Axis 3 to one, where are we? Axis 3 to one this size, I think, yeah. Wait a minute, I'm losing track of myself on this one because I can't see where I put my 3. I think that's here. Then axis 4 is actually this one. Axis 5 is this one. And the expansion rates, these circles that define the Gelesic states within the Pardiki, the 9 inner Gelesic states, are if you drew a circle around the size of that particular catharogrid. So these are precise mathematics, and they're all implied by the first mathematics that are held within the first eternal and original encryption that is held within the first Pardiki from source. All right, so that is still, you're just looking at the Pardiki. And remember, that's part of that larger Taran unit, all right, the Taran living light seed. Next one, please. Okay, go. That's a go. All right, this is just looking at it so you can see, if you're just looking at that Pardiki unit, the inside of it is if you cut it in half and you're looking at it, because actually there's spheres of energy. So if you cut the sphere in half and looked at it like as if you were cutting an orange in half, you can see what is inside. This is the structure and the depth of each layer compared to each other. And the depth of each layer compared to each other has to do with the diameter of the sphere of energy or circle around it, which has to do with the particular size of the catharogrid encryption that emerged within it through the spinning cycle that we saw before. Now, this is just to show you, again, we have the Ta, the Ma, the Ka. These are part of the inner layers. These become important. I'm not going to read all this again because, well, actually, I will read these just to remind you of what Gelesic states are like. I just do this once. Let me see this up a little bit, honey, please. Okay. Now, there's a summary of the inner 9 of the 15 crystalline Gelesic radiation states. So they're considered Gelesic radiation, all right, layers within the Pardiki unit. Okay, the outer yolk, now they're still dealing with the yolk, which are the 9 layers, okay, because the other ones are part of the outside of the egg of life. But you have 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 9 is the Ka out here. Ka refers to specifically a thermogelesic field of hot glowing ketha vapor gas gel. Ketha equals atomic plus etheric ether vapor. This has to do with a whole big long dissertation we got on the birth of the first Pardiki and where you get these different types of ether states from source consciousness into the beginning of creating of the substance that later becomes matter. All right, so we have Ka as thermogelesic, glowing hot ketha vapor. The Ma layer is magnogelesic field, a magnogelesic field of warm, moist, liquid, silica-like vapor gas gel. It's called the Maja or the Ma. It's considered the outer mantle. Sometimes it's just called the Ma'a or the magma in the blood. It's related to the magma in the blood when you get into manifestation levels. These have to do with keys. When we talk, we've talked before about blood keys. They're the key, the crystal keys in the blood crystals. This has to do with what takes place in the Ma layers in the first Pardiki, but also within the living light units of which your body is made. All right. So the Ta, layer 7. And that's where Ta, Kians, get their names, is a hydrogelesic field of warm, dry liquid vapor gas gel. The Ta-ur, the outer core, Tower of God, these are other names that it's been used for. Yeah, they have been used for it. We get into the middle yolk. That was the outer yolk, right? The outer of the inner, in other words. Now we have the middle of the inner, the middle yolk. This layer, oh, by the way, the outer layer is called the Ketha layer of the Pardiki. Then coming inward, you have the Etha layer of the Pardiki. Has layer 6, the Jada, which is called it's an ectogelesic field of cool, dry, semi-liquid vapor gas gel. The Jada, middle surface, the garden or Jadan. Okay, you have 5, which is called the Ida. It's called KRYSTO, Christogelesic field of cool, semi-solid silica gas gel. The Ida, middle mantle, Idaun, Eden. These are words that are affiliated with that state. All right. 4, you have the Tao, or the Tao. It's not pronounced Dao, it's actually Tao in Guardian speak. It's a Jaleesic field of cold, frozen, solid silica ice crystal gas gel, the Taor, the middle core, the Tor within the tower, right? Then you have the inner yolk, part of key, the Atma, all right? There you have the Jaffa, which is called neurojaleesic field of cold liquid vapor gas gel, the Jaffa, the inner surface, the Guff hollow body. This is where a lot of action takes place within the particle when it comes to spark generation and when it comes to replicating quantum and generating quantum. And I do believe somewhere we're going to be given information on the Fa ratio, which is the Jaffa ratio, that has to do with how many sparks do what at what quantums to create what. We already have some of that, but we don't have it right down to specific quantums yet because we didn't have time to analyze the data from the first particle with its 360 quantum in Urs and Rus. Because there's all sorts of trade-offs that happen where things, where sparks are made in one place, they have a certain quantum, they interact with another state of the Jaleesics, they lose part of their quantum, part of it goes this way, part of it goes that way, they pick up this. I mean, there's heavy math in this stuff, and I'm not a math person. So just so you know that it takes place there, someday we will have the real Fa ratio, not the Phi ratio. And it is very important to all physics, actually, both manifest and before you get to manifest. The Jaffa is that layer in here, that little layer in there. And again, you could actually think of your atoms when you look at this as well. That's how they're supposed to be structured. And the same exact thing as the particle of a living light cell. The Jaffa is a neurojaleesic field, cold liquid vapor gas gel. It is, we have the Adama, which is proto-Jaleesic field of cold burning, glowing, dry Etaor vapor gas gel. It's considered the inner mantle, the flame of Adama, the Adamic flame of life, the eternal flame. Adama, son of Jada, or Adam, son of God. All right, all of these translations are connected to that particular encryption and that word. So when we have the stories, the creation stories that we've been given and that have been twisted here, they all come back to once upon a time, all this was common knowledge. There were, we all knew these physics, and we were fully conscious and aware. And some of the pieces of the stories were still left, and they became what were originally the 12 natural legions of the 12 tribes that later got mutated into the 12 the distorted religions or religions on the planet that took parts of those teachings and abused them for control dogmas. So it all comes back to the particle, believe it or not. It comes back to physics. Source comes back to physics, and physics comes back to source, because in truth they are not separable. They are aspects of the same identity that is God, that is God's source. Then we have the Nada Or, which is called Carbo with a K, Carbojaleesic field of compressed, cold, frozen, dense solid Eta Or vapor. Compressed carbon crystal, diamond, Nada Or, the inner core, door of Adama, the diamond door, the atomic door. So these are all of the states that actually occur within the first particle and also are replicated within every small Shaleolite unit that is built on the same structure of the Taran, with the 3 particle units and the 1 particle photogenerator at the center. That is the difference between living light cells and dead light cells that do not have the trivecca construction, that have only a bivecca construction, or a vesica Pisces, where there are only 2 light spheres that rub against each other until eventually they will burn out whatever quantum is at their core, unless they can feed energy off other things, and that takes us into Metatronic science. Next one, please. Maybe? Yep. All right, I'll do that one. Yeah, we're going to do it right after this one. Okay, so the next graph we'll put on is that. This is just, looking at the same thing, the egg of eternal life, particle photogenerator of the Taran living light seed. The Akasha God seed is another way of describing that. And remember, the Taran living light seed is down here, and the particle is that central sphere. And that is the central sphere there enlarged to show it when that has its expansion cycle to show its proportions of expansion on the Cathar grids. And that takes those away just to show you where the Jaleesic states are. I'm not going to read all of this right now. This I already read to you. It just gives you an idea of when we talk about all the things that manifest from here. Here's where the first things that later become all sorts of things. You've seen the word neuro, you've seen the word proto, you've seen the word ecto. All of these words that have to do with these ether states, their first gelesic states, later become things like neurons, protons, neutrons. All of these words are connected to those units, but there's a lot of process that happens between this first space of the Taran and the star-born cycle, through which eventually the Rosettas are born, and it's through the Rosettas that those smaller spark currents are perpetually generated and circulated, and that is where we get our elements and our elemental command stations. So, okay, we're going to go? Yes? Okay. Yeah, put that one up. Alrighty, we're going to take a short detour to the end of our workshop. We'll be back, though, to the beginning. Now, I apologize for the rough color. All I had to work with was colored pencils in very short time. I usually can do pretty good with colored pencils, but I just had to whip the colors in as quick as I could, so we had time to do it. Plus, they're grayer because the little portable photocopier thing that we have that we take with us everywhere, it grays out the colors a bit. But it's enough to hold the frequencies. Yeah, we were afraid they'd be invisible, or you wouldn't see it because the thing doesn't print very well. And we didn't have time for a Kinko's run. But it'll hold the frequencies enough. Now, this is called the encryption. It's called encryption code 1. It is the core flame Rashala Windsong encryption. Now, as we get through the starborn cycle, when we go back to our workshop, you'll find out that the windsong refers to these specific currents. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. There are 15, well, you could say petals or leaves in this configuration. But what this is actually a set of, it is a circuit of energy circulation, and you'll see where that comes from later. So I just want you to know that this particular encryption is the encryption of the core flame Rashala. It's also nicknamed the rainbow flame, because there's another one that is the outer flame, or not the outer, but the inner flame. This is the core flame. Then there is something called the inner flame. These are all part of the structures that build up to form the Rosettas, all right, the elemental cells. Now, let's see what we're going to do with this. On this one, I just want to see something. Okay. The inner side. Okay, they just want us to do an activation of this flame in the windsong circuit. Okay, alrighty, that's why we've got the windsong circuitry is opening in the Eartha Shadi seed atom. That's what they're going to have us catch. That's why they're having us do optical pineal on this now. These are not too hard. These three that go together, I don't know if they're going to have us do both of them now or if they're going to stop me again somewhere through and do the next one when it activates in the Eartha shield. But we're just going to activate the windsong encryption and the inner core flame of Rashala. Now, later we'll be doing what's called the flame of Rashala, which is the inner flame. You have core flame, then you have the next one out, which would be the inner flame that goes with the inner domains. So this is the core one, also aka the rainbow flame that carries the windsong. So what do you want us to do? Okay. Okay, that seems easy enough. I'm just going to sit down for a minute and let my Azara space come through for this one. This is a short one. If you would, focus your attention, please, on the center point right here. Just for a moment, focus your attention there. And then move your eyes upward to the tip, slowly scanning the image, and then downward to the bottom. And then pull back a bit in focus, where you just see the whole flame sitting there for a moment. And then bring your attention into what looks like this double heart configuration. This is the core sacred heart encryption that becomes something else later. But you have the two hearts. You have the atomic heart, or the physical heart later, and you have the etheric heart, or the spiritual heart. I'm going to focus again on that point there, the center point. And now, if you will, try to imagine that this image part you are not seeing now. It is going away, and this is getting bigger, bigger in your mind's eye as you look at it. And you are seeing the Sacred Heart encryption. And now do the eye cross to get one current coming with your third eye current, and focus on that point and try to see what this image does when you do that, when you look at it with cross eyes. Try to see from it. I will try to get out of your way if I'm in your way. Just for a moment, and then inhale into the pineal. You can close your eyes now. Hold at the pineal for a moment. Do a top up to chakra 14, bringing the image up. Send it way down to earth, our core. And then bring it up to the Shadi Siddharam. Hold the breath in and expand it out horizontally. Breathe easy and gentle. That is activation 1, part 1. We will let you know when it is time to catch the next one. Back to your workshop. It's really strange sometimes being me, just so you know. It's just, you know, it's really funny because on occasion I'll have like issues with myself. And I was saying, well, and I'm saying, well, actually talk in the mirror so we can take turns with the mouth and like just, you know, hash it out, whatever it is. It's really, really strange. And what's really weird is when my eyes turn green, that means Azara's really coming in and saying, yo, will you listen to me? Because they're hazel most of the time. They turn like really intense green and like vibrating. Yeah. So it's really strange. Most people don't flip that fast, where you notice accents in 1 second and the second later there's no accent. That only happens when we've been doing a lot of that, and to get all of this through today we were doing a lot of, you know, in and out, where I had to go out to pull data in so she'd push me back in faster. So anyway, back to the workshop. We're back to the Tarn, living light seed, right? Which is the Tarn. Now, what's fascinating about the Tarn, with its Partaki at the center, and its three, these are called the three Ina, by the way, the three Partakai that are in the Tarn, the three Ina. That's where you get the Ina and Ka, which is the outer layer of the yolk, all right, the 9th layer of the yolk of the Partaki. That's where you get Inaka. That's where the keys of Inaka were supposed to be, and what we have now are keys of Inoka. And that has to do with the keys of Enoch, which are the Metatronic keys, if anybody'd like to know. Yeah, nothing against anybody who's doing whatever their work is, but we're here to explain what we've been taught, and we've been taught very, very detailed first creation mechanics that most of the other paradigms that are out here, we have invited them to discussions, to public discussions. Just say, let's go talk about it, and like invite the public for free, right? No, they won't touch it. They'd rather slander me behind my back. So whatever. Yeah, we have the three Partaki, the three Ina, and the Ka layer, and then all the other Jalisic layers inside of the Iyuka, or the yolk of the Partaki. What the Partaki does that allows for these Jalisic states to go into photo generation, or spark generation, quantum replication and spark generation, is the 3 units pulse. The Tarn actually pulses, where these 3 units draw together and causing the Tarn to actually contract. And when they pull together, they rub together in friction, and they make sparks. The Partaki spark together, and they spark, the Partakai spark together, and they spark the Partaki at different layers, creating interactions within the Jalisic layers inside of the Partaki. And this is because of the pulsing of the Tarn, the contraction, where it makes sparks, and expansion, where it releases. The Tarn pulses. That is what sets in motion a key generation cycle. And we'll see what that is in a minute. So these 2 diagrams here show you, this is showing the Tarn with its inherent larger full Cathara grid that has to do with the Tarn. Each one of these, Partaki and the Partakai and the Partaki, would each have a smaller encryption Cathara grid as well. All right, and remember the Cathara grid encryptions are little points of Jaleesic radiation that hold quantums of stored electrical potential. These later become what are called joules, which are the things that calories are made of, which are the things that we eat in order to fuel our bodies, even down here in 3D manifestation. So when the taran is in its relaxed state or expanded state, it looks like this. And that is the structure we were used to seeing. When it contracts, it actually turns into this. Now, it was this big, its parameter, the size of the sphere around it. When it pulls in and contracts, when it's making sparks, it pulls into the center around creation point, it actually contracts to this size, where it used to be this size, now it's this size, and this is the positioning that the 3 particae go into within the particle center. The particle stays in the same place, but the 3 particae pulse in and out through it. And there's a process by which this occurs, where these move in from 45 degrees to 30 degrees and then pull up and in, and that causes the etheric one to pull down and in, and that's where you get spark generation. Next one, please. Oh, this goes, yeah, here we go. I'm not going to read all the little print on here. I just want you to know it exists. It has been read before. All of these were one long dissertation in writing that Beloved has typeset for me because it was in scribbles that we read, I believe, at the Phoenix Easter workshop was when that came through. I think the 2 moons rising, where they had to explain to us what a tachyon cycle was really, because we were expecting to finish the activation of the taran and birth of the dyad at that point, I think. So they gave us this text. Now, what they had me do recently, and I think the Denver workshop, I think it was the first time I released these, wasn't it? Right? I even put them up. They didn't have words on them then, except for the ones that I pulled. See, I took the photocopier and shrunk down the typeset things, and then I broke it out, paragraph by paragraph, and illustrated the different aspects that it talked about. And boy, was that difficult. I mean, there's like 4 or 5 of these to get through that one whatever you call it, block of text that covered this information. I tried to summarize what these things say in a nutshell, right? So we have here, this section covered Kelana sparks. The next one covered Kelon crystal fire ladders, which we've heard of before in relation to DNA and dimensions. And this one covered Kelon codes, fire ladder sequences, and the Kelantic lattice. In simple terms, A is referring to Kelana sparks form in the Jaffa, layer 3, which is somewhere, 1, 2, 3. That's that little inner layer here, the Jaffa. And again, these are the 9 inner Jaleesic states. Yeah, just for remember, so we can remember. So in the Jaffa, the Kelana sparks form. They form when the taran contracts in and pulls its 3 particae into the particle. What happens there is, in that Jaffa area, level 3, the sparks that are formed by those, by the friction of those particae rubbing together, there is a set of 12 sparks that form. All right, and let's see, the next bit is, yeah, now there's a whole process that I would read here. Basically, the sparks form when, in the Jaffa, when it contracts, and then when when the taran releases, the sparks go on to do other things. The sparks create Kelon crystal fire letters. All right, Kelon crystal fire letters form in the Adama level, which is going inward. So that means the sparks from the Jaffa level, you have, if on one pulse of the taran, 12 sparks formed in the Jaffa. When the taran released and the particae went back out, it actually caused, that was an action, it caused opposite reaction where the sparks pulled in to the Adama level. When those 12 sparks pulled into the Adama level, they form a set of Kelons. Now, a Kelon is a set of 3 Kelana sparks. So if you have a set of 12 Kelana sparks from one pulse of the taran, that means you have 4 Kelons that form in the Jaffa, in the Adama area. Now, with 12 pulses of the taran, it creates 12 sets of 12 sparks, which constitutes 48 chelons. So we are chelon fire letters, or the chelons are fire letters. The chelon crystals are fire letters. So this here would symbolize, right, 1 chelon, right? This is a base tone chelon. It has the dots here. So these would be base tone sparks and overtone sparks, because each pulse of the taran, each one pulse that creates 12, creates 6 base tone sparks that have a negative electrical charge potential and has to do with ruse, and there's a corresponding set of 6 overtone sparks that have to do with units. And we talked about the ruse and ers that hold the stored electrical taran. You get a set of 144 sparks, or you get 12 sets of 12 sparks, and they form a chelontic lattice of chelons that forms this kind of configuration within the partikey. So this is where chelons form. The chelon codes fire letter sequences in the chelontic lattice. So it went from chelon sparks in the Jaffa to chelons forming in the pulling in and forming around the Adama flame level when the when the taran expands, and then progressively with 12 pulses of the taran you end up with a chelon lattice forming, or chelontic lattice forming within the partikey. Then something else happens. Next one, please. This stuff is hard, just so you know. I'm still learning this, so I'm kind of like, you know, I could cheat and just read all the little print, but it takes too long. Plus, I need my glasses for that. And then I feel like I'm moonwalking and tripping over myself because it throws my judgment off. All right, next, after we have that occur, where we have the chelontic lattice built, right, chelon crystals, set of 144 sparks, form the chelontic crystal lattice. Now you have something called harmonic key assembly, where, can we move that over a little bit so you can read all of it, where you have 12 harmonic keys, 48 fire letters, and 144 chelon sparks. From the chelons, the 48 fire letters or chelons that formed the chelontic lattice, certain things happen here. And the first thing is the partikey and the chelontic lattice contract into the Jaffa. Now this has to do with once you hit that 144 spark level. Once there's 144 chelon sparks, there's a specific amount or a critical mass of Jalizic radiation or stored electrical quantum that causes this next set of actions to take place, where the chelons that were the storage units for the sparks, they were stored in the form of chelon fire letters, now they do something else. They activate to become harmonic keys. So the partikey and chelontic lattice contract into the Jaffa. They pull in to level 3 Jaffa. Okay. The Adama level sends protosparks to fire the chelontic lattice in the Jaffa. So first, that whole chelontic lattice pulls into level 3, because it had spread all the way out to fill the partikey. Well, it pulls all the way in to level 3 Jaffa. So it pulls all the way in from out here into level 3. Then the Adama level, which is the next level in, because it's being compressed by these chelon crystals coming in, there's what they call a piezoelectric response that occurs within the Adama flame, and it throws out sparks. And it throws out what are called protosparks, and that has to do with, I believe it's proto whatever it is, that is the gel vapor substance that the Adama level is made out of, proto-Jalizic, I believe. So the Adama makes protosparks, and the protosparks fire the chelontic lattice in the Jaffa. So the protosparks released from the Adama level 2 go into the Jaffa level 3, and they cause a reaction to take place in the compacted chelon crystals that are in the Jaffa. What happens next is the chelon bonds release, and bipolar harmonic keys form in the Ina-Ka layer 9. So when those protosparks from the Adama flame that is being compacted by the chelontic lattice that has been pulled into the Jaffa releases the protosparks, they cause the chelon bonds, or the electromagnetic bonds that are holding the groups of 3 sparks together to form the chelons, that releases in relation to the protosparks. When they release, those 144 sparks are set free again. Those sparks are set free, and they release, and they go outward into they go outward from, where were they? They were in the Jaffa. They go outward from the Jaffa into layer 9, the Ka. When they release, remember there were base tone ones and overtone ones, all right? It's sparks, so base tone sparks and overtone sparks. And you would have half of the 144, which is 72, being base tones and 72 being overtones. They recombine in a different way now after being interacted with the protosparks from the Adama. They go out into the Ka layer, and they form sets of 6 positive overtone Kelon sparks and 6 negative base tone Kelon sparks. This forms so you have 6 overtone sparks, forms 1 positive Manet overtone key, 6 sparks, and the overtones have a bit more stored electrical potential. And this has to do with the differential that takes place somewhere up there in the math between the Rus and the Ers, where the Ers have more quantum than end up with a more quantum stored electrical potential than the Rus do, even though they started out equal. That has to do with that really intense math that way up in the birth of the first Partakai stuff. But so what we have is we have 6 sparks assembling. So we have 144 sparks, and that breaks down into sets of 6 overtone sparks assemble to form 1 Manet overtone key, and 6 base tone sparks assemble to form 1 Ire base tone key. And this is shown, that Manet key is shown larger because that's just demonstrating the larger stored electrical potential within the overtone frequencies, and the smaller in the base tone. Even though they're the same amount of sparks, they have a different potential of quantum holding. They have a different potential, stored electric potential. This equals 1 harmonic key. It has 1 base tone Ire key and 1 overtone Manet key. That equals 1 harmonic key. Okay? And 1 harmonic key equals 4 fire letters, and it equals 12 Kelana sparks. All right? So you had 144 Kelana sparks. 1 key uses up 12. That implies of the 144 sparks, they would make a set of 12 harmonic keys. Right? All right, so the 12 harmonic keys form in the Ka level. All right, these are the keys of Ina Ka. Right? But something has to happen before they can become tachyons and things. Because there is more stored electrical potential held within the 6 sparks of the Manet key and than there is within the Ire key, there's something called quantum resolution that takes place, and it has to do with the storage of these of the keys and the sparks and this electrical potential. Next one, please. All right, harmonic key resolution. This is where we get Kasha keys. Remember a while back we were doing the Kasha key activations? It has to do with this. All right, we have Kasha keys, crystal keys, joules, J-O-U-L-E-S, and kalors or colors. Yeah, colors, not C-O-U-L-O-R-U-R-S. It's colors. This is fascinating, and I found this bit really fascinating. So before we saw that the 144 sparks broke down into 12 harmonic key sets, and each harmonic key has 6 overtone Kelana sparks and 6 base tone Kelana sparks, and the base tones have less quantum of stored electrical potential than the overtones do. Here's a harmonic key right here. Through the process of quantum resolution, let's see. So it's quantum redistribution, key resolution, and the Kasha keys. Here's where the Kasha keys form, where in simple terms, without having to read all the tiny print here, what occurs is the harmonic key here, the larger one, the quantum of the larger one, the quantum of the smaller one is subtracted from the larger one until the larger one has an equal quantum to what the original base tone was. So the overtone key minus the base tone key creates what's called a quantum differential, where this gets reduced down to the quantum that was held, but in electrical form, the electrical quantum that now matches the base tone. The quantum that was taken away from this to make it smaller gets stored with this in the form of what is called a joule, a J-O-U-L-E, and that is a unit of stored electrical potential that is overtone which when we get into particle and antiparticle has to do with the antiparticle pKa fields. All right? So the bass tone key, the Ire key, holds the joule or the differential that was taken away from the overtone key. What's left after the overtone key loses that piece of itself is the kasha key, and you have a kasha key and what is called a crystal key, and the crystal key is the bass tone plus the joule that is storing, which is the energy that was taken off there, being stored in the crystal key. Now the kasha keys are stored in the ka layer, layer 9. Okay, so this would be one harmonic key set after it did resolution. It has one kasha key in layer 9 and one crystal key in the ma, layer 8. Okay, so you have the kasha keys and crystal keys. You could look at them in terms of the mane keys and the Ire keys, but this Ire key now carries a bit of mane with it, the jewel. All right, and these are the same joules, these little points of stored electrical potential that are carried specifically in bass tone keys, that are the same things when science talks about joules that form calories and all of that kind of thing, that have to do with food substances and also the measure of heat or energy output. All right, so this is where all of that comes from. All right, I think that's our harmonic keys, yeah. Okay, let's see. All right, we got the crystal keys and the bass tone keys and the joules. That was that part where when the kasha key formed and it gave up some of its quantum, it became the joule and attached to the bass tone key to become the kasha key. Nope, it became the crystal key. All right, that's this one. Then harmonic keys and the keys of Inaka. Let's see, I think this is just talking about these keys and how these are what is referred to as the keys of Inaka. And it refers to the kashas and the crystal keys, which are their corresponding one. Now something happens when they activate. And it's from here that we go from having, where we started with Kilana sparks that became Kilons, and then the Kilons became harmonic keys, and then the harmonic keys went through key resolution to become kasha keys and crystal keys with joules and kalars. Oh yeah, what's a kalar? A kalar is one kasha key overtone differential kalar unit. A kasha key is a kalar unit, okay, which is a unit that has an X amount of stored electrical potential, and it has a corresponding, it's in the Ka level and has a corresponding crystal key that goes with it to store in its joule. All right. So this is the core of physics, actually. This is the core of where the stuff that becomes physics is from. And remember, all of these things are conscious as well. They are units of the consciousness of God source. They are sentient and aware units of Jalesic energy. So when we get into these things eventually becoming elements and molecules and subatomic particles, they're getting really big at that point. They are conscious when they're minute and tiny, when they are keys. These keys are conscious. The Jalesic points, the ers and the rus that store the encryption are conscious. So everything is conscious. That doesn't mean everything thinks in the same way that we think of thinking, but everything has its unique form of perception and cognition and sentience. And when we underestimate that, we feel like we're living in a dead universe, and it's really our ideas that are dead, not the universe. All right, so anyway, we're on key resolution. Next thing that happens, please. One tachyon cycle equals 12 kilon key cycles. Tachyon formation. Okay. Let's see if I can do this one. All right. Right. Yeah. Now, one tachyon. Let's try that one. First of all, let's go back to where we have our kasha keys, our set of 12 kasha keys, and their corresponding 12 crystal keys that are holding the joules. So we have the kalors, kasha keys, and the crystal keys with their joules. All right, set of 12 of those. Now, a set of 12 of these, when they activate under certain conditions that I'm not even going to attempt to describe now, but it's all there in the long version. Eventually this will be there for publication. When the keys activate, now you can just look at it simply. When we run frequencies in the ways that we have been, we are creating key activation. We are activating keys. Also, when sexuality is functioning naturally and the Shadi is phasing and it is sparking, it is generating keys, and eventually when there's enough of those keys, they will trigger activation because they have X amount of stored electrical potential that will create enough of an oscillation, actually, a core oscillation within them, that will create activation of the keys. Activation means the crystal keys and the kasha keys will come together. So the kasha keys merge into the crystal keys. Now, I believe this happens, where does this happen? Level 7, which is the what level? Ta, right? The level 7, this is where we get ta keys. So, can you bring that one back for a minute, please? Thank you. Right. Now, the crystal keys were in level 8, which is the ma, and the kasha keys are in level 9. They pull together and they pull into level 7, which is the ta. Now, a set of 12 of the harmonic keys, the kashas with their crystals, form one, what is called tachyon. You move that over there. One tachyon. These would be the activated keys, and they unite in the ta field through what is called a hydrogen bond. All right. Now, if we look at ta down here, hydrogelesic field of warm, dry, liquid, vapor, gas gel. All right. Hydrogelesic. This is where we get the hydros or hydrogen. It's a hydrogen bond that unites a set of 12 keys. Now remember, it took a whole key cycle, whole harmonic key cycle, to generate those 12 keys that form one tachyon. Now, before you get a big bang or some interesting things happening, you need a set of 12 tachyons to interact with each other. So after one tachyon forms, actually the one tachyon won't form. It'll be stored as the keys, as the kasha keys with their crystal keys. You'll have one cycle, one kelon generation cycle makes 12 harmonic keys. They'll get stored. Then it'll go back and it'll make another cycle, and until you have 12 cycles. When you have 12 kelon harmonic key generation cycles, all right, each one producing 12 keys, that's 144 harmonic keys. Then it reaches critical mass oscillation. They spark, all the keys begin their activation cycles and form tachyons. So a set of 12 keys will form one tachyon. You have 12 times 12 is 144 keys, harmonic keys, create a set of 12 tachyons in the ta level. So that activation occurs when you have the full set of the 144 keys that will form the 12 tachyons. Let's see. Next one, please. Now, when that occurs, then you go through a process of tachyon activation. Tachyon activation, 0-point contraction, and quantum replication. This is where you get to understand where from that first particle, once upon a time that was back there, we end up in what is called a starborn cycle, but not quite yet. All right? When all of those keys activate, when all those 144 keys go through the activation cycle and form their tachyons, and you end up with a ring of tachyons, each with a ring of 12 tachyons, each with a hydrogen bond at the center. Then you have something called flashpoint, hydrogen burning, and ectosparks. This is a very complex process. I'm not going to read it again because I did read it as far as the I believe, Two Moons Rising workshop in Phoenix. I did read that. So it is there, but basically when they activate, they hit a flash point of activation. It creates hydrogen burning, which releases the hydrogen bond that's at the center that's holding them together, and they release ectosparks. Then there's, I'll read this just because it's interesting anyway. All right, what flashpoint, hydrogen burning, and ectosparks mean is the tachyon neutral field, flashpoint, and photons. When tachyon activation reaches critical mass within the ta-or layer, electrically charged tachyons then progressively merge with their electrical charge opposites via co-resonant bonding of their hydrogen bonds to build a neutral charge tachyon field of standing vibration point superluminal particles within the ta-or layer of the particle. The vibration of the tachyon standing wave particles within the ta-or field of the particle causes the hydrogelesic ta-or field to progressively vibrate and heat up, which causes progressive oscillation within and heating of the gelesic layers within the particle at a point of critical mass oscillation and heating called the flash point. the electrogelesic hydrogen bonds at the center of the tachyons within the taut or tachyon neutral field ignite and release their ectoplasmic jada ectogel wave points as an ectogelesic ectoplasmic spark. You want me to keep going? I could paraphrase the next two. I think I will, because it is so dense. I mean, they're not just saying, well, it kind of does something like this and kind of goes pop, right? No. These sentences are like 50 words long. So I will paraphrase this, but just so you know, all of the little type that you see that I haven't been reading is dense like that. That's why I'm opting not to read it, but at least you know where flashpoint is. After flashpoint, you have heliotalic sparks and photons, photosparks, and helium conversion taking place, where the helium bonds, they convert into whatever it is. I'd have to read it. This stuff I don't even have memorized. It is hard, right? Oh my God, it was hard enough to draw. All right. After you have the helium conversion part, then you get into what's called still point, 0 point, and source return. Let's see if that's. I'd like to read still point. We can skip helium bond and helium conversion, but we can get to still point, I think. All right. So after hydrogen burning, helium conversion, we get to still point, 0 point, and source return. Opening the diamond door, the still point, 0 point, and return to God source. Opening of the diamond door via ignition of the nada or vapor, that's what happened up there, causes the flame at the creation point to contract inward through the creation point and into God's source field, which creates a vacuum suction force within the Adama flame. The vacuum force of the Adama flame progressively causes the oscillation within the gelesic layers of the particle to slow and finally cease. As the particle reaches this still point, the vibrating standing wave tachyon photon field within the taut or layer also ceases vibration. And they say, note, this is the point in scientific particle acceleration that things move so fast they slow down. All right? As movement within the particle slows and ceases, the tension force, which is caused by variance in vibration and oscillation and charge polarity, between each gelesic layer of the particle progressively reduces to a zero tension field because it stopped oscillating. Within the stillness of the zero tension still point field within the particle, the vacuum pull of the Adama flame at the particle core is met with no resistance. At the point where zero resistance is reached, which is called 0 point, the vacuum pull of the Adama flame progressively draws each motionless gelesic layer of the particle into the Adama flame, then through the creation point into God's source. When the entire particle draws into God's source and out of manifestation, the rest of the Taran light seed also draws into God's source and demanifests, and the Taran light seed reaches zero quantum as its entire quantum has pulled into source. So that is what happens at the end of one tachyon cycle. It goes back into God's source. Then what? Right? What happens next is what is referred to as the starborn cycle, which is a set of tachyon cycles. Now, when you get one tachyon cycle completing and you hit that flash point, the still point, the 0 point, where it's zero, it's gone, it pulled back into source and it's not there anymore. What happens there is quantum replication. Whatever that backflow was gets replicated by source and it rebirths back out. The original Tarn comes back out, but also with a ×2 replica of itself. So now technically you have Tarn ×3 because you have the Tarn, that comes back. But then you have something that, now remember the Tarn had 3 Partakai units, right? The 3 Ina. Now you have something that comes back with 6 Partakai units. So we'll see what this looks like in what is called the starborn cycle. We'll go through that quickly because that will lead us to understanding what these flames are about. Hold on a second, please. Now I'm getting cold. Okay, now this says the infold of creation, which refers to the core domains. I finally got the infold, the outfold, the in-picture, and the out-picture straightened out as far as who's on first and which one went where, because those terms have been floating around, but I wasn't sure where exactly they fit yet. So we're starting to get those words plugged into processes at this point. They've been floating around since Tenerife, I think, in February. So the infold starburn first creation cycle 1. All right, it's the first creation cycle, cycle 1. The first 5 days of the first 15-day creation cycle. Now, it's in the 15-day creation cycle that the core domains and the inner domains are created. And they all started with the Taran living light seed doing its little pulsing and making its kilans, its kilana and its kilans and its harmonic keys and its kasha keys and its crystal keys and its tachyons and going poof and disappearing and then coming back and replicating. All right, this is showing you where it started with the triad. We had Partakai 1 and Partakai 2. Partakai 2 broke Partakai 1 into a split, and they started the sparking process. What these funny-looking things on the sides are there's going to be a whole other set that we're going to look. What? Somebody said something. What? Never mind. What these are called the core encryptions. The core encryption templates. So for even the triad, now this is showed much bigger than what that little unit is, but what the encryption that this carries, remember the encryption is the points of Urs and Rus of Jalizic eta or stuff that hold stored electrical potential within each unit. So this is the encryption. Each Cathara grid implies a sphere, right? Here you have a larger sphere. That would be this one. Now, whichever one it happens to be at the time, right now, it's in, this would be Partakai 2, and this would be the Partakai 1 down phase split, right? These are two smaller ones, because remember you had 360 would be the large one, and then 360 cut in half is two 180s. So you'd have two half-size ones at that angle. This is in the Partakai 2 is out, and Partakai 1 is split position. These two would go away and disappear, like those, and when you'd have up phase, right? So you'd have these would come together. The Partakai 1 would be here, and then the up phase would split for the etherics this way, and that's just indicating that that would be where the up phase is. So this is the core encryption. There's going to be a point where we start playing with, it's not going to be this workshop, but we're going to start to use encryptions directly. And these Cathara templates are, these are the bearers of the core encryptions, which are the precise mathematical holdings that hold the core math of literally the different aspects of the creation cycle. When you get them all together, you can't even see what they look like. But it's fascinating because it starts here, but as we go through the starborn cycle, now the starborn cycle is a series of what will end up as, as 15 tachyon cycles. But I have a feeling the last 6 work differently, because I call them pop cycles. Because they're not, you can look at a tachyon cycle as a spin cycle where there's a quantum expansion, as you will see in a little bit with the starborn cycle. But after you get to what's called axis 9 or day 9, then you have 10 through 15, days 10 through 15, where there's actually, instead of what you'll see in a minute, there's a pop, 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 pop expansion, which has different numbers on it that I don't know what they are yet. So that whole cycle is considered a starborn cycle with its, let's see, they're just giving me the breakdown. Starborn, all right, the starborn cycle runs from what would be axis 0, that 0 point where the Taran is, to what will, on the next page, go into axis 9, or day 9, constitutes the starborn cycle. That's where we get into the flame cycles, all right, where we start to see where those flames have to do with. And then after that, we have the starlight cycle. And the starlight cycle creates the inner. So this is creating the core domains through the starborn process here. We have the 0 axis of the triad, and it's Partakai 1 and Partakai 2. It goes through that tachyon cycle. Actually, these phase and they create the Taran. Then on axis 1, you have the Taran. That's when the Taran comes out and it has its Partakey in the center. This is the thing we just saw that phases and creates sparks and quantum generation of sparks. This is the encryption of the Taran. You have one Cathara grid in the center. You have another one up here that goes with this ball, right, with the etheric one. And then you have the 2. So you have the 3 Ina Cathara templates and the Partakey Cathara template. That's the encryption for the Taran. Now the Taran is considered day 1, creation day 1. It's tachyon cycle 1, which is that whole tachyon cycle you just saw. It's on axis 1. When that tachyon cycle pulls in, right, that taran disappears. And what it will do is come back as the next one. Now the taran, living light seed, is called the star spark unit. It has the 3 ina, part of Kai, and 1 part of Ki, and is called the 3, divine constant. Now you will find that this comes back, and the taran is always there in the center of every one of the other units that build from it. The next one is the times 2 replication. When the tachyon cycle completes, the taran goes in, it comes back times 2 plus itself. So the original taran comes back, plus a times 2 taran comes back. A times 2 taran would be, if a taran has 3 partikai, that would have 6 partikai. And they come in like this. Okay, the divine constant is in the center, which is the taran, a replication of the taran itself. Then the 2 tarans, which are the quantum of 2 tarans, take the configuration of what is called the dyad, which is the 3 and the 3, or 6 partikai. You have 1, 2, let me see the encryption here. 1, 2, and 1 in the center, 3, and then 1, 2, and 1 in the center, 3. There are actually 6 partikai there, even though it only looks like there are 4 with the center one. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's called the dyad. All right, the dyad starlight unit, the 3, 3, 3, 6 partikai. That goes through its tachyon cycle. Right? And when it gets key generation up to tachyons, when it goes through its tachyon cycle and it reaches its flash point and its 0 point and it pulls in the source, it replicates just like the taran had. And it replicates, again, times 2, where what you had is the dyad with 6 partikai, 3 and 3, with the divine constant 3 in the center, now comes back as what's called the 6, 3, divine constant in the center, 6, or the 6 and 6, Myad. It has 12 partikai divided into a set of 6 and a set of 6. This is what this encryption looks like for the Myad. All right, and that's called the starseed unit, the living light starseed unit. That is a natural starseed. There was mutations done on this level of the outer domains that were called the demon seed configurations, where you had the 6, 6, 6 and the 6, 1, 6 configuration. And that's where you get the sign, the sign of the beast, the sign of the devil, that kind of stuff. And one represented what was called Calfall, which is the 6, 1, 6, that had to do with light units that are falling, but they are not falling metatronic. They are falling in, there's a natural fall process that happens if something gets distorted enough that it can fall and go back as space dust peacefully. It's called the Cal fall. That has the 1 in the center, and it has a certain configuration of what the light units take. And the 666 is the forced mutation that's created by the Metatronic code, and that is the code of the beast. And that creates a mutation of the natural structure of the light cells. So the 636 is the natural star seed. It is the natural seed of life, the real seed of life. It is not Metatron seed. So it's 636, has 12 partikai. That goes through its tachyon cycle and disappears and comes back again. And the quantums keep building here, all these encryptions. Remember, each one of these is a little Jalezic unit that, either an or a Ru that is holding a quantum of stored electrical potential. So the more of these you get, the more stored electrical potential that is building. All right, so we get day 3, we have the Myad starseed unit, 636. When that finishes tachyon cycle, we go on to day 4, tachyon cycle 4, axis 4. Now I'm talking about the axes because it started as 0 point axis over here. All right, when the taran was formed, it shifted to what was called axis 1, vertical. Right, each time it pulls in, it actually does a full 360 inside where you don't see it. That's why it's called a day. It is a full rotation, but it's in source, so you don't see that part in the diagrams. When it comes back out, it's at a 45-degree shift, so it does a 360 plus 45 forward. So when I talk about the axes that go with the day, it has to do with the axis. Where is the top of that unit? All right, where is its top when it comes back out? So you have axis 1 here, you have axis 2 there, axis 3, another 45 shift there, axis 4 is down here, another 45 shift from 3. Now this one is day 4, tachyon cycle 4, goes with tachyon cycle 4. Axis 4 is called the monos monad, the starbud unit. It is the 12, 3, 12. Now before we had the 6, 3, 6, and that again did a times 2 replication where you have 12. Instead, you have 2 times 6 equal 12, 2 times 6 equal 12. Altogether, that are 24 partikai units. All right? So that is the monos monad. that finishes that goes through tachyon cycle 4, finishes its tachyon cycle, disappears, pops out and comes back out again and forms what is called the Amareya hub, or the Mata, or star bloom unit. That's day 5. Tachyon cycle starts tachyon cycle 5, and that is axis 5, which is down here. All right, it is the 24, 3, 24, all right, which is again a times 2 replication, where you have 48 particae altogether, 24 with the 3 divine constant in the center, and 24. And that is the Amareya hub cell of the core domains. Next one, please. And that was its encryption next to it. Now it gets wild. Yeah. Right. Because remember, the more of those stored electrical potentials you have vibrating or just oscillating inside, core oscillation inside of them, being near each other, they affect each other, and they progressively create more quantum expansion. When they go in, there's an effect that I don't know the numbers on it for, that creates this particular leap. Because before we were going times 2, times 2, times 2 replications. At this point, when it hits the hub, when it hits the formation of the hub completes its tachyon cycle 5 and pulls in. There's something exponential that takes place here, because this one does. Remember, the hub had 48 cells, 24, 3, 24, and the 3 doesn't, you don't count the 3 when you're counting the particae. All right, so 24 and 24 was 48. This one, day 6, tachyon cycle 6, axis 6, is called the Adon Divine Blueprint 144, the Maharata, or the Starburst unit. All right, it's 48 times 3. So the 48 particae from the one before, this time times 3, equal to 144 particae. And this is what the encryption of this one looks like. The little Cathara grids, when, you know, each of those, because each sphere implies a Cathara grid encryption inside of it, of Urs and Rus. And it's starting to look like snowflakes and things, and it's starting to be very difficult to create, you know, especially when you're doing it paste up by hand with Mylars, you know, over each other on a photocopier. That's how I did these. What you have when you look at the spheres that go with it is you have each one of these has a set of 12 particae, and there are 12 of them. So you have 12 sets of 12 particae equal to 144. 12 times 12 is 144, right? So that's one set of 12 particae times 12. Right? And that is the encryption of that. Now, I didn't go beyond attempting to plug in more than that encryption. That encryption there, I believe, is, yeah, that encryption there is this 144 unit. So here, you'll see when we get to the next unit that you have 144, this time times 12. All right? This structure, after you go through tachyon cycle 6 and the entire Adon, no, what is it called up there? The divine blueprint, yeah, Adon cell, pulls in, comes back out as the Edon, but this time it goes from a times 3 replication to a times 12 replication. So you have the 144 that was before times 12 equals 1728 particae. These are the 1728 keys to the gates of Eden. Each of these particae represent a key, and each of the cycles that go with each of these is a key cycle. So you're building the keys that will eventually allow you to activate all of the particae that are required to get you into the Edon inner domains, Edon middle domains. This one pertains to still the core domains. All right, there are things that come out further into the inner domains. Then there's a whole set of this same starborn process that goes from the middle to the outer domains. So when we're trying to generate the first 1728 keys of Eden, we're trying to generate the ones that correspond to the middle domains, not yet to these back here in the core domains. That would be after we got to the middle ones. Where do we go next? We go to the inner domains. Where do we go next? We go to the core domains. So there is an Edon cluster and an Adon cluster and a cluster of all of these that also go with the second starborn cycle, or the second 15-day creation cycle. All right, we're still on here. We're on day 7 of the first 15-day creation cycle that creates the core and the inner. All right, it's tachyon cycle 7 starts here. It's axis 7. Now, axis 6 was over here. Axis 7 is here. See, it's almost done a full rotation now, the entire unit. And it's called the Akasha Ra Ta'ur, or the Starfire unit. And that's the one with 1,728 particuli. Next one, please. Okay, when we get to day 8, right? Day 8 in tachyon cycle 8, we have axis 8-0, it's called. Now, when you have the 1728, and it finishes its tachyon cycle and then disappears and goes in, it pops back out at, again, times 12. So you got 1728 from the one before, times 12 gives you 20,736 particuli. All right, this unit that is the day 8 unit that is births out on day 8, tachyon cycle 8 starts, axis 8-0. It's 8-0 because we're back to the original 0-point axis that little triad was on when we first started this rotation cycle. This is called the starshine unit, or the Rashala. Okay? Now, and these are just showing the encryptions going back to the 144 and 1728 and do that times 12, right, to give you the encryption. It would be taking that snowflake effect one that was the 144, and then that was times 12 here to give you the 1728. So here's 1728, and then there are 12 of these, right? So the 1728 equals 20,736. It's probably absolutely gorgeous when you, like, if you could actually do it on CAD or something, it would be amazing, the encryption, diagram of that. But I don't know if we'll ever get to that. I don't know if we'll ever need it. Because see, when we work with the circles, yeah, you did this. We could shoot. That's here somewhere. I'm sure I brought it. Maybe I brought it. Yeah, just to show you, since we're on that one, this is what the unit itself looks like. We don't have the encryption though. The encryption is all the little cathar grids that go with every one of those balls. Yeah, this will just show you what it looks like in color. Yeah, it's really pretty. We tried it. We were going to do a T-shirt with even just the E done, and it wouldn't hold the image. It was too detailed. It just wouldn't. The people who do the screen printing couldn't do it. So we're still working on that one because we wanted to do a return to the garden. Right? Yeah. There's no place like home. I was going to say return to the garden. There's no place like home, and just have the the E done 1728 with all its colors. We're still working on it, but trying to find what method we'll do it. We might have to do the decal version because it just won't hold with the other. But I thought it would be kind of a nice touch, kind of like you click your heels together. There's no place like home. All right, next one, please. Yes, the silver shoes. Forget ruby slippers. I'll take silver things. Yeah. Okay, now. Okay, this is showing you again the embedded rotations of the cathara grids that form the specific proportional expansion of the starborn first creation cycle in the first 9 days. So you have axis 0, right? Axis 0. And the way they explained how to do this was start with one cathara grid, right, at that axis, at that 0 axis, which is the 45 degrees. Then pretend that the cathara center 12, its top, is actually the cathara center 9 in the next one up. So I said, okay, so I drew that, and that gave me this size. And they said, keep doing that. And that's how we got the proportional expansion. We got it through art as opposed to through math. But Noel's been doing some great stuff with plugging in the math and everything to it. Someday he's very welcome to do a presentation if you'd like to on the math. But I will just show you the pictures and how that works. And it's nice to know that, and this is what will give you, if you'll notice, a spiral of expansion, right? This is the natural crystal spiral of expansion, and it is quite different than the Fibonacci spiral, which doesn't even have a relationship to its own center. This particular spiral always has a relationship to its core, both spiraling outward and spiraling back inward to its core. This is the spiral that is built upon the Chris code, the base 12 Chris code. All right, so this is just to show you the specific proportional expansions of the starborn first creation cycle are all created from this expansion. So again, you draw the circles. Each of those units, starting with the 0 unit that was on axis 0 was the triad, would be in a circle that big, right? So the triad would be that size. Then you'd have the taran, would be that size. Then you'd have the dyad, would be that size. Then you'd have the myad, would be that size. Then you'd have the monosmonad, would be that size. The Adon hub cell would be that size, the one that goes circle that would go here. Yeah, I know. It's there. Let's see if I could remember. This is just showing you in a nutshell all of their expansions. Right? So you get up to... See, I was going to see if I could do it without looking. That's why I was doing it on the other one. So this shows you just a summary of the first 9 days of the starborn cycle. Now when we get to day 8, all right, this is where we had the Rosh Hashanah, the 20,736 created. Then we enter something called the day 8-9 Rosh Hashanah flame cycle. And then the day 9, birth of the Unisci 30-cell inner seed atom. All right, so we're going to look at what this means, and this is where we start to understand our flames a bit. The day 8 through 9 Rosh Hashanah flame cycle, and I think that's what we go into next, is it? Yeah. This is where we find out about winds and crystal spirals. Yepper, that's the one. You know, I think I am going to take a 5-minute break, comfort break. Anybody up for that? Okay. Yeah, a quick one, so we're not here until 7 in the morning, but, you know, yeah, because this is a long series of diagrams, this one is. Right? And yes, it does have to do with sacred sex, honest. Okay, code 1. And once again, we interrupt this workshop to bring you code 2. Activation 2 is moving through the grids. If you're getting heat flashes, that's why. I was freezing 2 seconds ago, and then bang, it just went whoosh. It was like, oh, hot. Uh-oh, what did I do with the one I took off? Oh, there it is. Okay. The little balls are actually, these are, as you will see later as we go through where these came from, they're plot marks, but I think they help hold the math, and that's why they had them left in. Yeah, because they told me to leave them in. You'll see where this comes from later. Hey, okay. How are we doing in the halls back there? Could somebody please check if there's a lot of people still out or a few people still out, or shall I start? Because we got activation incoming. Yeah, there's still some stragglers. I don't want them to miss it. Oh, there's a couple more. Is that pretty much everybody? Or are there still people? You guys that just came in, is there anybody else still hanging out there? Huh? Whatever. Okay, we interrupt the workshop broadcast again to bring you the second code activation that's running in the grids now. This one is called the Rosh Hashanah Sacred Heart Encryption. The Rosh Hashanah flame is the inner flame. Now, the Rosh Hashanah that we did before is the core flame. You'll see as we continue through the starborn cycle where these come from, but because it's activating in the eartha grids now, they want us to do the optical pineal induction on this one as well. And again, this is called the Rosh Hashanah, the inner Rosh Hashanah flame Sacred Heart Encryption. The Sacred Heart Encryption refers to these flame structures down here. We have this heart, which is the atomic heart, or the physical heart of God, and the etheric heart here, which is the spiritual heart of God. And together they represent what is called the Sacred Heart encryption. And it is actually a Sacred Heart passage, where it is a passage from the inner domains into the core domains. All right. Now, this is just, these will be really pretty once they're done properly. Again, it's done with the color pencil. So we're going to do simple optical pineal induction with this. Where we're moving it, I don't know. That comes through spontaneously. So we will do this one now. All right, they're saying just do a cleansing breath. Okay. Now, gently focus your eyes. Can you guys see all right over there? Yeah, okay. Gently focus your eyes. This is why they left the balls in there. I was wondering why they did this. Gently focus your eyes on this little dot over here on the right side of the picture. All right. Here's the right. You're looking at it. Right. I get totally dyslexic. You're right, my right. No, who's right? I don't know. This one right there on whatever side it is. Right. Okay. All right. They're saying with a relaxed focus, with your eyes not crossed yet, gently move your attention and just breathe gently while you're doing it across to the second dot and stop. Then across to the center dot. Then up past that one and to the little top dot. Now, at that point, do the singular eye crossing so you can get the singular tunnel of energy from your third eye, sixth chakra, and your optical pineal apparatus, and focus on that spot there. And then with the eyes crossed, drop the gaze down to there and shift it over to there. Stop for a moment and then over to the dot over there. Stop for a moment and then rapidly bring it back here, still crossed, and down to there, and then uncross. Now, inhale from the azure up to chakra 14, and visually with both eyes not crossed, just go. And imagine you're picking up the flame and taking it up all the way to chakra 14. Hold there for a moment. And then send it rapidly down to earth, the core. Inhale it up to the Iyumbi. And from the Iyumbi, exhale it down into the Shadi. Still with the attention at the Shadi. Take an inhale contraction breath, as if you're contracting the Shadi into a single point at its center. Imagine that point merges with this flame. And now exhale horizontally outward, so the flame fills the disc. And now just return to gentle breathing. Do one more inhale breath all the way up to chakra 14, nice and slow but deep. And a final exhale, and as you go down, push the flame from the Shadi down into earth core. And leave it there for now. Now we will resume with our graphs. All right. I'm glad I put the words on. It's too late to try to remember all that. Oh. Okay. Well, we just got through the Tarn pulsing, the tachyon cycle, and the first 8 days of the starborn cycle. Now this starborn cycle, day 8, the Rashala flame cycle, and the Crystalline core spiral, Partakite current outgoing four-wind release. What? What was that? Okay, remember at day 8, this little drawing down here, remember that's the Rashala unit with the 20,736 particai, right? Got that far. Now, once that is created, there is the particai in their encryptions interact with each other. This goes through its tachyon cycle. This goes through its tachyon cycle and pulls in at the end of its tachyon cycle. And as it pulls in, it releases what's called the crystalline outgoing crystal spiral, which is this. The outgoing crystal spiral runs through from the core creation all the way to out to the 12s, the Cathara 12 points, the tops of each of the Cathara grids in the expansion, and that forms the outgoing crystalline spiral. With the crystalline spiral, also release are what are called the four winds, or the outgoing winds from each level. You have one wind going from the core to 0 point. So you have one going to 0 point, then you have another one, actually this one goes core 0 point to 1, then you have another one that goes up to this way, another one to this way. So these are called the four winds. They're the small particite currents that go with each of the structures, each of the light structures that go with each of those axes. So you have the crystalline outgoing spiral and the outgoing four winds release. And we're still on day 8, and that thing is still contracted in to source after its tachyon cycle. Next one, please. This is still Starborn Cycle 1, Day 8, Rashala Flame Cycle. The four-wind backflow circulation opens. All right, so the crystalline spiral, outgoing spiral, which is the spiral. You have the four winds, outgoing little winds, the four winds. Then these four winds create a backflow to source. So they create a circulation, and it makes like petals, right? It looks like this when you take it off the grid. So you've got the four winds and their backflows. So that's what happens next in the Rashala Flame Cycle on day 8. Next one, please. Okay, we're still Starborn Cycle 1, Day 8, Rashala Flame Cycle, and the Crystalla Core Back Spiral. All right, this is just like we had the crystalline outgoing crystal spiral, this, which is a particite current spiral that is being released from core while that unit is being held inside. This one is the counterclockwise one, where still starting at the 0 axis, but instead of spiraling clockwise outward, this set of expansions spirals counterclockwise, where it goes. Its 0 axis is there, but its 1 axis is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, same one, 5, 6, 7, 8. It does a really rapid counter spiral, and that's called the Crystalla spiral. And the Crystalla spiral has its little spirals coming out to its little winds, and these little winds are called the aft winds. So we have the four winds that go with the crystalline outgoing spiral, and we have the aft winds that go with the crystalla homegoing spiral, because this is the one that goes back home to source. All right, next one, please. Now, just like with the crystalline outgoing spiral and the four winds had backflows, so do the aft winds have backflow cycles. So they also form this petal-like structure. So there's the crystalla spiral with its aft winds and the aft wind backflows. Next one, please. We are still on Starborn Cycle 1, Day 8. It's the day of the winds. Day 8, the Rashala Flame Cycle. Okay, here we have the outgoing crystalline core spiral, which was that one, right? And the backflow crystalla core spiral, which was that one collide at axis 0, 8. They cross through and merge with each other. And what this does is initiates birth of the Rashala core flame. This is conception of the Rashala core flame. Next one, please. We are still on day 8. Starborn cycle 1, day 8, Rashala cycle. Outgoing fore winds of the Crystale spiral and backflow aft winds of the Crystala spiral meet and form a living partikite current circulation circuit. Okay. Fore and aft winds unite to form the wind song circuit. This is called the wind song circuit. All right. And it's basically 15 flows. You have 7 on the outer, and it ends up with 7 on the inner, and actually 7 on the inner, and then 1, and the 8th one going down there. So you have 7, 7, and 14 plus 1 is 15. So that is called the wind song. Now, when we did the first code activation, this is what we were activating, the wind song encryption. It was opening these core flows, but we'll see where this becomes that code. All right, so far we've got the 2 spirals colliding, the crystale outgoing and the crystala incoming, and we've got the fore winds and the aft winds opening their flows together to form the wind song circuit. Next one, please. The starborn cycle 1, still day 8 to 9. Here's where we make the transition from day 8 to 9. The Rashala flame cycle. The Rashala core flame with the wind song circuit rotates 45 degree clockwise. So remember it was over here? So that, the outer one, the big one, rotated to here. Okay? The sacred heart of the Rashala core flame polarizes. Now, when it was over here before, if you remember down in here in this corner, this shows the diagram before, where when the flame was over this way, there is this little kind of like heart-shaped thing sort of down here. All right, that's the little flame. When this rotation goes this way, this little flame inside polarizes, and part of it goes, part of it becomes the etheric spiritual heart, and that part rotates upward, so that actually goes into a negative charge and counterclockwise spin, and it rotates upward to the same axis that the large one is on. And remember, they're starting from this axis, so it rotates 135 degrees up, and then the other part of the polarized flame rotates 45 degrees clockwise, and it forms this one. And this is where you get the Sacred Heart passage. All right, so the Sacred Heart passage forms inside of the Rashala flame. It's actually the Sacred Heart encryption, and this is still the wind song encryption, the wind song circuit. Next one, please. That's a closer look at the same thing. What do I have written up there? Yeah, it's just telling you this is the Rashala core flame, the wind song circuit, and the Sacred Heart circulation, which is Sacred Heart circulation, physical heart, atomic, etheric heart, spiritual heart, and the flame. And this is showing it on the Kathara expansion grid of how it expanded and where it falls within that, within the structure of those of the proportional expansions of the Kathara grids. And then when we take it off is where we get the code from. And that's, see these dots that mark the spiral points? They had me keep some of them when we took it into code form to hold the math, and they're the ones we were just playing with, like we were playing with some of them with the other one to go, for some reason, to cross your eyes at one and move it this way and move it that way. What that's about, I have no idea, but obviously it's important or they wouldn't have done it. Next one, please, honey. Now this one's different. Now, yeah, this is different. Now it looks similar, but notice something. You're not seeing the return circulations from the fore winds and aft winds, right? So you don't have that configuration that the other one had, where you had what looked like a giant pot leaf in the middle. It looked like a leaf. I remember when I was drawing, I'm going, that that looks like a pot leaf. I've seen that on T-shirts. You know what I mean? Because you can see the T-shirts with that. It's usually black T-shirt, green leaf. You know what I mean? With some silly saying. But anyway, you don't see the leaf configuration on here. The leaf is actually the windsong circuit, right? You don't see the windsong circuit here. Why? Because you're not looking at the same flame. Actually, what happens after you get to the point where the Sacred Heart passage opens in the Rashala core flame, the core flame actually pulls in and disappears and goes in with the Rashala unit that is still in there. Remember, because it finished the tachyon cycle, popped in, still hasn't come back out yet. Well, now the core flame joins it and disappears through creation point. And what first births out is this. And this is so this is contraction 1, where the flame contracts and it goes in. So the Rashala core flame contracted, and then it expanded out. So contraction 1, expansion 1. All right? Expansion 1 births the Rashala inner flame. All right? So this is the inner domain flame, the flame of the inner domains. This is where the transition between the core domains and the inner domains is occurring. This is where the core domains give birth to the inner domains. All right? Now, the core flame Rashala contracts back into source, contraction 1, and rebirths out as the Rashala eternal inner domain flame, expansion 1. All right? So the Rashala inner flame with 4 wind Partokite flows and the inner Sacred Heart passage. So it has the 4 wind Partokite flows, but you don't see the aft wind Partokite flows and their back flows. So it's a different structure of flame. It's similar, but it's not exactly the same as the one that does show the full wind song. All right, it shows the Sacred Heart passage as well. Next one, please. This is just, again, a close-up at it so you can see how it forms, how the Sacred Heart passage forms in relation to the expansion grid, the Kathara expansion grid. And then when you take it off the grid, it gives you the code, or the full encryption, of the inner flame of Rashala, and it's called the Sacred Heart encryption, and that is this one. And that was the one that had the bit different colors than the rainbow flame. That was the one associated with the Rashala core flame. All right. And when we first introduced these, we didn't know, they hadn't pointed out the difference between them. We were just using them, and we weren't fully using them. We weren't using them in color or anything yet. So for this workshop, it's the first time we've introduced the differences between the core Rashala and the inner Rashala flames. All right. So that's what this is, and that's the code you used. Next one, please. Guess what's coming? Right. Yeah, ooh, I'm going to take my coat off for this one. Sometimes they get hot when I just look at them and it just triggers something. Okay. Now when we made that shift from the 8 axis, the day 8 to day 9, to get the core flame, now we're on day 9. The other one, the Rashala was born on day 9. Now this is the Rashala flame contraction 2 and expansion 2. So that Rashala flame that you saw on the other page, that contracts and back into creation point and into source. And then it births out. And when it births out with what is called the unici. So what had been that Rashala, the Rashala unit with the 20,736 Partokite and the core flame and the inner flame, they come back out as the inner flame embedded and alive within what is called the unici, which is the 30-cell inner seed atom. And this is what it looks like without the flame on it. If you can see down here, I don't know. This is what the unici looks like. This is one 15-cell cluster. It's 2 of these that put together that form the unici cluster. And there's going to be a point where we do journey to the unici, because this has to do with something else that has to do with the Rosetta code, okay, and the Rosetta code. So that's the unici and the Rashala inner flame and the inner unici seed atom. Okay, next one, please. This is just looking at the unici 30-cell seed atom in its proportions on the Kathara grids. Yeah, the embedded cathar grid spiral, but I did take some of these out of the center so you could see the configuration that it actually makes at the center. This is where you start to get the lotus arc things happening, even on this level in core and inner creation. All right, and these little diagrams just show how it's put together, where you have 15-cell cluster on a vertical axis and a 15-cell cluster on a horizontal axis. Now, for anybody that did a Cathara 2-3, this is the 15-cell cluster is also what on the outer domains is the Yanesa, Eka seed atom. So if you take two of those and you put them together, one on horizontal, one on vertical, what you end up with is the 30-cell Unisci inner seed atom. And I believe the Shadi is also structured on the 30-cell structure. Okay. So what this process that you're seeing here that is giving birth to the core and then the inner domains, once it finishes its 15-day cycle, then the next set of 15-day cycle creates the middle edons and the outer domains of the Eucatharista. So it is through 2 full starborn cycles, but the starborn part is the part that goes from like day 1 through 9. Then there's something, I believe these are called the starlight parts are now. Then there's something else that they haven't given me all of it yet that has to do with those pops that I told you about, the pop, pop, pop. Pop, 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 instead of spin, 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 right? So, spin and pop cycles. But there are 2 full rotations of these. One would be considered a 12 cycle plus 3. Plus 3 days, they call it 12. It's actually 12 days of creation plus 3 days of transcendence is how they word it, but it's a 15-day creation cycle. And there are 2 of those. So they are the 2 12 cycles of creation that they talk about in various other parts of the work. Next one, please. This is just showing the same thing of the 2 with the Cathara grids in it. This is just giving you a hint of the encryption of the Unisci. Yeah, I'm not going to analyze all these right now because we're not covering heavily the using all of the encryptions, because I actually have the encryption sheets for all of the stages, and they're going to do something with those at some point, but I don't know what and when, so they didn't even have me put words on them yet. But this is just to show you the complexities of the encryption. There's the Unisci expands and contracts, where you'll notice it will have these when it's in this stage, it would be at rest or in its more contracted phase. It has a vertical. The vertical one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? And they're at 45-degree axes. And then the horizontal has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When they run through each other, it looks like there's 8 of them. But this one's double, this one's double, and that one's double, and that one's double. So you have 6 and 6, which you have 12 primary grids, all right, primary encryption grids. These also contract and expand. They shift. The balls shift with each other. So this is what you're seeing here in this encryption. All right, where this would be the horizontal one over there, and these used to be over here, but this shifted here and that shifted there, and then this one shifted here and that one shifted there. That means the light cells shift. So they shift and spark. So they shift, spark, and then release again, shift, spark, and release again. So it is like the other cells, a generator unit, a quantum generator unit. And this is just showing each of the parts that we saw before. We broke it down into the 2 15-cell ones and their encryptions. So you've got 6 on the outside. You also have a set of 6 on the inside. And the 3 that are the big ones aren't shown on here just to avoid convolution. So you'd have a set of 6, and then you'd have a small set of 6 in here. That would give you 12, and then you'd have a set of 3 embedded that would give you the 15 cells, and then you'd have 2 of those put together, one on vertical, one on horizontal. That would give you the Unisci encryption. All right, next one, please. Yeah, this again is just a summary of where we started, which was with the triad, Partakai 1 and Partakai 2, and going all through, up through the 9 days of creation. We're still on day 9 with the creation of the Unisci with its Rachalet flame. And the Unisci is the seed atom for the inner domains. Next one, please. This is a summary of the Rachalet core flame cycle with the creation winds and up to the formation of the unicide. And remember, that's all happening when we hit axis 08 and the Rosh Hashanah unit that finishes its tachyon cycle and then phases in or pops into source. These are all the stages we talked about. We talked about day 8, you have the crystal A spiral and the forewinds release. Still on day 8, you have the forewind backflows open. Still on day 8, you have crystal A and the aft winds release. And these are the back, the back spiral and the back winds. On day 8, you have the aft wind backflows open. On day 8 still, you have the crystal A and the crystal A spirals collide, and the Rosh Hashanah core flame conception occurs. That's where the Rosh Hashanah core flame conception occurs. This one over here is where, still day 8, we have four winds, and because they didn't tell me what the words were, I have these two, so these two have to get is changed on the diagram as far as order. But day 8, we still have four winds and aft winds unite, forming the wind song circuit, which is that thing that looks like a leaf. Then we still have, this one should be over here, all right? This block should be over here. This is still day 8 to 9. This is when the shift occurs from day 8 to 9. This is when the Rosh Hashanah core flame with the wind song circuit shifts 45 degrees, and then the flames split, I think, the flames split and create the Sacred Heart passage. Then we have day 9, because that's shifted to day 9 axis. You have day 9, contraction 1 and expansion 1, the birth of the inner Rosh Hashanah flame, and the Sacred Heart passage opens. So that's the first contraction and expansion, where that flame goes back into source, and this one bursts out. Then you have, again, these need to be reversed. You have the Rosh Hashanah core flame and wind song circuit to the day 8, 9 axis. That's just showing what that looks like. And then you have, that one goes with that one. And then you have the Rosh Hashanah inner hub flame. That's the day 9 in the Sacred Heart passage. And that leads to the contraction 2 and expansion 2, which is birth of the unicide 30 cell inner seed atom with the Rosh Hashanah inner flame. There we go. Okay. Getting there. Thank you. And all that leads up to this. Now, contraction 3. Expansion 3, we're still on day 9. Right. Yeah. All right, we had the unicide with the Rosh Hashanah flame birth out, right, on contraction 2 and expansion 2. Well, that all contracts back in. Well, the unicide phases within itself. It moves its little balls. Then it pulls back in, finishes its tachyon cycle, pulls back in. It's like a quick tachyon cycle, and I don't think they're called tachyon cycle. I think they're probably called something else, but they haven't given us the technicals on that yet. But the unicide does its phase spark cycle, let's call it that, with the Rosh Hashanah flame. They contract back in, it's contraction 3, and expansion 3, when they come back out, the unicide and the Rosh Hashanah flame carry what is called the REUZHETTA template, the Rosetta template for the inner elemental root cell. Now, this isn't the cell yet, it's the template for it that is held now and imbued within the unicide. What that is if you take the cells, take an imprint of everything from the triad all the way up through the starborn cycle to axis 9, or no, to axis 9 where the unicide was born. These are those embedded with each other. These are the embedded encryptions. And that full embedded encryption forms what is called the Rosetta. And the Rosetta template becomes the Rosetta cell. And the Rosetta cell is what they call a Ruta cell. The Ruta, R-U-T-A, a root cell, the elemental root cell. And it is the cell that perpetually phases within itself and generates the particae and various other spark pulse currents that create the elemental consciousness streams that flow through the winds and out into creation and back. These would be kind of like the individuals as opposed to the big cells that are collectives. These would be the little individual spark currents that come out and become the elements, like the hydrogen units. They become the hydrogen units. These are the sparks before you had hydrogen units. These are conscious collectives that form conscious streams of consciousness that are the elemental kingdoms. When we begin working with elemental command, our first part was to connect with, make the crystal connection, which is connecting with the crystal spiral through the Shadi, which we started in Denver. We also did it here. The next part, and that's what we're working on with these encryptions, is to enter the crystal command. From crystal connection, you go into crystal command, which means you link with the crystal spiral, but you open within your own body what used to be the natural ability to direct and co-create consciously with these natural spark current collectives that run from the core all the way out through. They come from the core and then they come through the inner, through this Rosetta pattern, and they form the elemental base and the elemental consciousness fields, the eternal elemental consciousness fields of the inner. Now, they are the consciousness collectives and currents that will form the rest of the 15-day expansion, and they will step out to become the structures that form the starborn cycle through for the middle edons through to the outer, you call it the Rista worlds. And there will also be the Rosetta pattern that goes with the RHOSETTA pattern that goes with the outer domain. So just like this one goes with the inner, this is the template for the root cell of the inner domain, there will be a template for the core cell of the outer domains. Now, the core before it had its starborn cycle, and that led up to the creation of the root cell that is the cell that will feed and grow the inner level domain. So it implies there will be the Edon cycles that take us up through the 9 levels that will culminate in the creation of the Shadi seed atom, which will culminate in the creation of the RHOSETTA template and cell that creates the elemental base for and consciousness for the outer domains. And this is where we are able to make our connection to Eartha through the aurora field. We'll be able to connect through the Shadi directly into the elemental commands and the elemental fields and begin conscious co-creation with them. We'll begin the ability to direct them, which means not boss them around, but it means learn from them, because they carry huge amounts of eternal wisdom and knowledge and consciousness. These are the elemental encryptions that have never lost their integrity. They are perpetual, they are eternal, and they always hold the natural integrity of the Chris code and the Rosetta code. The Rosetta code is the code for biological life, actually, as well as for elemental creations such as chemicals and different substances and those kind of things. So the Chris code manifests outwardly, both in the inner and the outer domains, as the Rosetta code, the core elemental base. And from this, we actually, at some point, they're going to show us how to plug this into, there's this chart I've got half started that shows the 12 elemental families, and each of them make 12 what are called elementi. And that is actually the real table of elements, where, periodic table of elements, that is the real one. And it gets right down into structures of each of the starborn units has a particular structure of light, where we had the 6 particae units of the dyad, and like how each of them had different set of particae units and different configuration. There are elemental forms that go with each of those structures of light, and those will have certain amounts of particle at the center, which means stored electrical potential and generation potential, and they group to form specific types of quarks and protons and atoms and things. So it's here where we begin to see the proton number has to do with the Partikey number. All right, how many Partikey are in that particular cluster of light units that manifest as what you see in the manifest level will be X amount of protons in the nucleus of the atoms of that substance, that kind of thing. So that there's another part that eventually they will give us. But when we're talking about the Rosetta and the core, I mean the inner Rosetta and the outer Rosetta, we are talking about the core encryption and cell cluster that creates those forces that become directly the subatomic and atomic substance that we know. So it is the transition point between what would be considered just light and full manifest substance. Kind of like the difference between a particle and a wave, where it's actually a particle and a wave, and it can be either, that kind of thing. So this is one of the transition points where you see things become atomic from being etheric and atomic. Things become atomic through the Rosetta code. And that is the code we're getting back in order to heal. Because right now we're running around in bodies who have a large percentage of distorted elementees, basically. The core elements are not distorted. Their consciousness families aren't, but little members of their family have been distorted because of the planetary environmental influences here. So we are getting back the Rosetta code, which will allow us to bring back in the natural structure of the natural elements and kingdoms into our bodies, and that's what will open our ability to begin interfacing with Eartha that still holds the Christic pattern. And so that's how these fit into the codes that we're using, that fit into the healings that we're doing that come down to the Shadi. All right, that comes down to the sexual organs. Next one, please. Oop, code on again. I literally do this all day. Or night, whenever I'm awake. It fluctuates so often, so fast, it's really weird. Okay, where are we now?
I've changed it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can put the next one on, I think. Oh, yeah. So that was the product of contraction 3 and expansion 3, right? We're still on axis 9, day 9. Now, this is the cell that emerges from it. Okay, this is the Rosetta inner domain elemental Ruta cluster root cell. All right, now where the Unici and that Rosetta template are, see that little black dot in the center? All right, so this was a big expansion. I haven't had time to try to figure out what the numbers were because we were doing like times 2, times 2, times 2, times 2, times 3, times 12, times 12. You know, we were following the rates of expansion. This was a big one, right? Because when the Unici with its Rachelet flame and the imprint or the encryption of the template of the Rosetta, contracts in contraction 4 and then expands back out on expansion 4. The Rosetta cell itself expands out huge compared to that little dot at the center. It's not even 0. It's not even the size of the 0 axis here. So this is more math we'll have to calculate, say how big is that? How big compared to the rest of creation? Because it marks an expansion rate. All right, that's part of the Christ code, because the numerical values of the Christ code are the numbers that are held everything from the first Partikei, where they break down the numbers of how much stored electrical potential is in a and a Ru and how many of each are in a Partikei, all the way down through the expansion levels of replication, and is it times 2 or times 2 or times 3, where it's actually quantum building that you're watching, and it's done by very specific numbers in the Christ code, and they certainly aren't, these are the numbers that go with the crystal spiral, the natural eternal life spiral, and they certainly are not the Fibonacci sequence that go with the Fibonacci spiral that is based on Metatronic science. So there's a whole set of maths that are implied by this story and these diagrams that someday maybe somebody will figure out, but it will give people the key to understanding the atomic worlds, actually the subatomic worlds, and it will give a key to physics that physics doesn't even know, like physics scientists don't know exist yet in schools and things. They don't really, they're theorizing. It will give them the quantum key. I mean, it will give them the key to space-time matter. It will give them the key to space-time travel, all of those things. But right now, those keys mathematically would be highly abused if they were released on this planet. So instead, they see people like us just staring at funny diagrams and crossing our eyes and breathing hard, right? And think we're just a bunch of weirdos. Except we know that there are keys and there are keys. You can use test tubes, but you don't have to. In fact, test tubes are the hard way. When you can try to crack atoms open from the outside by blasting them with laser beams, or you can simply request that they part and have them listen. We're doing it that way. We're learning elemental command. If you have elemental command ability, once that opens in you, you don't have to force your will on things, because you'll find that there's a huge Christic universe out there of all sorts of things and beings that's very willing to work with you, as long as you're being kind and you're not trying to abuse it. So there is a way of holy science, of whole science, that doesn't involve having to batter things with, having to put particles in accelerators and freak them out so much that they do something that might be observable and tell you something, when you could simply ask. What? Ooh, good point. He said one way is making love, the communication with the elements. The other way is rape. And that's what science actually is, unfortunately, doing right now to the elemental kingdoms. And it's almost like science is getting its karma back. Because this type of science showed one of its most nasty heads during the Atlantean period, when the black hole technology was being done in everybody's face very consciously, not covered up and called something else like it is right now. And right now, this planet, the people on this planet are reaping the karma that was sown during those periods when they said, sure, bring it in. Oh, well, so what if it breaks some rules? It gives us more power. Because the black hole technologies took such a hold here. We weren't just victimized angelic humans. A lot of the angelic humans said, oh yeah, well, it breaks a few rules, but who cares? We like the effect that it'll give. And they actually asked for it, and they allowed certain apparatus to be brought in that allowed the progression of the beast machine here. So right now, we're relearning what it means to have a relationship with the elemental kingdoms. We're learning to be divine physicists of the highest sorts, the sorts that never attack or rip apart the things that they're working with, because they realize it is a sacred commission. Elemental command is a love affair. It is a sacred commission with beings of all sorts that you never even imagined exist. Some of them need help. Some of them are mutated and twisted, and you think, you're doing bad, you should see some of these guys. But they want help, a lot of them, and we can become consciously able to interact with them. Imagine what it might be like to go home and decide you're going to have a big conversation with the hydrogen entity of the local universe. Imagine what the hydrogen entity, that is the entity that every hydrogen atom that exists anywhere in the outer domain, just let's keep it small and local, in the outer domain, density 1 manifest universe, right? Imagine what cognition, memory, information that collective might actually have. And imagine if you had the apparatus turned on inside of you that could translate whatever language, whatever hum, whatever vibration, whatever encryption it spoke in, into language that you understand. You could have an open conversation. Yeah. And you could do this with things that are bigger too, like trees, plants, flowers, rocks, all sorts of things. Other planets, stars, you can learn to project and talk to, like Jupiter or whatever. And this is part of what elemental command will give you. And the elemental command starts with resetting the natural Rosetta code. We'll call it the Rosetta code, which implies that we're talking about the inner one, which is the Rosetta with the Z, and the outer one, which is the R-H-O-S-E-T-T-A. Together they are the R-O-S-E-T-T-A, the Rosetta Code. And that's what we are giving back to ourselves, is the ability to... See, we wouldn't be able to do this if we didn't already have some activation of the Taran and tachyon cycling started. Right now, let's see, I have the list here. I broke it down. What did we activate when? This is when we were first learning, what was a tachyon cycle, huh? Right, that was Tenerife. We've basically, let me see, tachyon cycle 1 was rebirth of the Taran, and that took place in February 2006 during the Tenerife workshop. The Tenerife workshop was scheduled when those activations were happening. That started Tachyon Cycle 1, the phasing of the Taran, and that completed at the time that we had the Easter 2006 Phoenix workshop, 2 moons rising. Tachyon Cycle 1 completed, and the dyad rebirthed then. All right, so then Tachyon Cycle 2 started. Tachyon Cycle 2 ended with the May Hitharo, and that was during the Shasta workshop, May 27th. It was the day that occurred. So we finished the dyadic Tachyon Cycle 2, and that culminated in rebirth of the Maiad, the 636 natural living light seed atom. Or not seed atom, living light atom. What do they call that? No, it's not an atom, it's a seed. Living light seed, there's the one. All right, so then we entered Tachyon Cycle 3, the Maiad cycle. That completed in July 2006, at the period of time during the Denver workshop. And that's where we were able to also activate the Shadi, because after you finish the Maiad cycle, Tachyon Cycle 3, and the Maiad pulls in, it rebirths out as the monad, which is the number 4 unit. And with rebirth of the monad, we were able to synchronize that with connection with the Shadi, because of particular structures that are in the physical body that allow on the monadic level for our monad that was rebirthing to interface with and blow through the distortions that were holding the Shadi in, holding actually our shields out of alignment with the Shadi. We were able to make just a twist inside in the inner pillars, enough to activate the Shadi, so we can now start bringing the chakras and things back into their natural alignment. All right, so now here we are in the August Hethalon 2006, and this is, we are completing now the monadic cycle, the monad phase cycle, Tachyon Cycle 4. What that culminates in is the rebirth of the Adon hub cell. So we are going through this process as well. Now there are several others. As you know, that's Axis 5, that's Creation Day 5. So right now, we are finishing, when that finishes, all right, we are entering Creation Day 5, which will be the birth of the, or the rebirth on our part, where we're having it, it's reset, its natural structure is being reset, of the Adon hub cell. Now, the next one that will come after this is in October 2006, the Virginia Beach workshop. That is where the Adon hub cycle, Tachyon Cycle 5 completes, and we will end with rebirthing of the Axis 6 Edon. Okay, no, it's not Edon. It's not Edon there. I have this written down wrong. The Adon is Axis 6. Yeah, all right. For a while there, I had the two words, the Adon and the Amareya hub cell together. The Adon is Axis 6, and that's, I believe, the Divine Blueprint 144. That's going to be rebirthed during the Virginia Beach workshop, and we'll have techniques to correspond with that. Then the January 2007 FOL, which is going to be in Phoenix, just it's a short, it's not a big workshop thing, but that is the time when we have the Divine Blueprint 144, Adon Tachyon Cycle 6 completes, and we have Tachyon Cycle 7 starts with rebirth of the Edon. That's where we get our Edon connection back. Now, we have April, Easter 2007 in Phoenix. That's where the Edon 1728 and Tachyon Cycle 7 completes, and we have the Rashalah core flame, 20,736 rebirths, and that's where we enter that flame cycle that we just saw, where we have the winds, the day 8 winds, and then the day 9 with the rebirth of the Unisai, the reset of the Unisai, and that will also be activation of all of the encryption within the Shadi as well. And that particular activation, after we complete, we do the day 8, then we go into the day 9, where it's the full flame cycle. That is going to take place during the May Hitharo, which is the 5th Hitharo since the first one in 2003. And it will be at Ayers Rock in Australia. And I have a feeling that's going to be quite a big event. So I just want you to know that will be rebirth of the Unisai there. So we are participating directly in these things that you're seeing graphs about and you're learning about. We are undergoing tachyon cycles now already because of the activations in Eartha. And what we're doing is preparing our bodies to keep up with that. Now, it's exciting because the one we're on right now is the one where we get to free. We get to reset the Rosetta code, which gives us the ability to begin reconnecting with elemental command. We have the crystal connection that we made in Denver, and now we will make the crystal command, which we get the crystal spiral running in the body through the Rosetta, natural Rosetta pattern, and we will be able to activate the glory hands, where we can start to give these flame activations and give the Rosetta code back to anybody that can hold even a subharmonic of it. At least they can pick some of it up, which will enable them to ride Starfire Host when the day of Starfire comes for this planet. So we're in a part of a process now, and it has to do with sexuality and it has to do with spirituality, because just like science and God, you can't separate sex and God either, because they're all part of the same thing. Source is everywhere. God's source is everywhere. It's in the physics, it's in the math, it's in between the sheets. And so anyway, let's go to the next one. I'm going to bring it back in, I think. What am I doing? Yeah. So now we see what the flames are about. We see where they came from the first creation cycle. And I'll bring you back to what we ended up on day 9 in that cycle, and there's still day 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 of that cycle left. All I'm going to say is there's a whole set of more graphs that have to come, and I'm dreading this. Oh, Lord. I've seen what this theoretically has to look like, where I have to take some of the flame stuff and then take it into the pop cycles, what I call the pop expansion cycles. So you have day 9, and then you have a day 10 contraction, spin, pop. Then day 11, spin, pop, 6 pops. And what it first creates are the inner hub domains of first the level 4 Eucatharista, Akasha Ea, and then the level 3 Eucatharista, Akasha A, and then the level 2 Akasha, and then all the way down, that creates the hub levels of those, all right? So they're the inner hubs of those created. Then you go through the next 15-day creation cycle, or the 12 plus 3 days of transcendence. It seems in the transcendence days is where the lower ones are created, because it takes it from the top down. We're the largest one in the Stairway to Heaven. And we talked about the Cathara grids for the Stairway to Heaven. We built them up from the top yesterday. Well, this is looking from the top down, where this is the Akasha Ea level of the outer domains, but inside each of these were the hub structures that run on the diagonals that we introduced a while back, where we start to learn about the hubs. So the next thing that's created between that and that first 12 cycle, that first creation cycle, the first starborn cycle, would be from days 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, would create the hubs for each of these levels. And then we'd go into the next spin cycle of the the middle domains, and at the end of those, that would go up to 9, and it would create the Shadi seed atom at 9, the middle seed atom, and then it would create the 6 pop cycles that would create the outer domains that would give you the outer Stairway to Heaven light body structure all the way down. Somewhere in here, those lovely radon ball clusters that I've been trying to put in the K23 manual for over a year and a half now, they go in here someplace, and I think this is what I've been waiting for. I can't exactly put them in K23 without knowing exactly what they connect to, or at least a little bit about what they connect to, and that's why we still haven't finished those. So there's a whole set of diagrams that eventually will go to show what happens on days 10 through 15, and then the second cycle, because I'm sure there's different names for some of the same parts in that cycle. But that is basically the process by which you come from the first Partakai all the way out through the core, the inner, the middle, and the outer creation domains into the cosmic structure that we have. So finally, we're getting all the pieces together, where we can take it from the first thought of the first desire to create that Source experienced and birthed the first Partakai, all the way down to these structures that we've been learning about for ages. These structures, can we go on to the next one, honey, please? As we looked at yesterday, these structures take us a bit more local, where we have the structure of our Akasha and our 4 Veka quadrants of our Akasha, and there would be our Eka center. And these, of course, are the ethos, eros, ethos, other grids that I'm still trying to figure. I think they come in on the middle domains. So once we get the creation cycle and the maps of how these pieces fit into the maps, we will be able to see exactly where these come from, because these are what create our pillar of power. We've talked about the pillar of power, where the ethos pillar comes up and phases and sparks with the little flames that are in here. By the way, the little flames that are in here, and the little flames are the bigger flames, like the flame of Ra and the Adandra 360, and all of those flames we've been working with, they come in on the creation of the hubs cycle. So that's between days 10, 11, and 12, 13, 14, and 15 on the first 15-day creation cycle. That's where those standing flame units come in at creation with the hubs, and that's when it flips over after they're created. Then they phase and assist in the creation of the middle and the outer domains. So all of the pieces, all these millions of pieces that we've had between K2, 3, and the information that's been given since, they're all coming together so we can understand this picture of creation, because we're becoming an active part of it. We're becoming an active, conscious part of a very conscious creation. Next one, please. We take the closer look up, same thing, we're just looking at our density, Veka PCM, and the pKa light, primal light field that goes with our Veka system. These things phases where we get our Huva bodies from. I'm just recapping what we learned yesterday, where it brings all this information together, all these pieces together. Next one, please. This shows you how in that structure of the pKa primal light field in our PCM density system, where the 15-dimensional time matrix and the 15-dimensional spectrum fits into that. So all these graphs correspond and they go together, and it tells a very, very long and detailed creation story, and it's about the best one I've ever seen on this planet, to be honest with you. And that's why I do wacky things like I'll go for 3 days if I have to, take it down transmission and then crawl downstairs to deliver it, because it means so much to me. When you see these pieces and how they all fit together, it's just, there's such a joy. We're going home. You know, it doesn't really even matter when you see it, because it's beyond a doubt at this point. It's so coherent, this paradigm, and I certainly didn't invent it. You know, I'm not stupid, but I'm not that smart. Right, next one, please. I can hardly articulate it. Are you kidding? Now, all of that leads down to what a planet is supposed, what is the natural biofields and Merkabas of a planet are supposed to look like, how its axis is supposed to be straight up in relation to its solar plane, and the natural arcs and angles that are supposed to occur in a living system where all those light body cells that you don't see are creating currents and things that naturally create the primal life force currents that keep a system alive and living. And this is what our system's supposed to look like, and it doesn't. Next one, please. This is what it does. Welcome to our ecliptic and the equinoxes and the 4 seasons and all sorts of other things that are ghastly reminders of what Metatronic black hole science can do. We got the daisy of death. We've got even the daisy of death is actually what causes the bulging at the equatorial poles. It actually squashes the natural sphere down, the planetary sphere. We got the poison apple magnetic fields. The whole mess. So we went through that enough yesterday just to remind you where we just were way up there where everything is beautiful. Now we're coming back down here where we have to fix something. Next one, please. This is to remind you of the Talia sphere, which is built off the Talia screen, and that is the thing that actually creates the axiotonal and meridian lines. It has to do with the center of the shields, an Arcathara grid with our 5 density shields, and the little flame at the center of the shield sends pulses of Shalaya current, which are units of light that are built on the Triveka configuration, which have at their center a photogenerator, so they're living just like the Taran with the Partakey, but they're little tiny ones. Right? They are sent out from the center if you have a Cathara grid here and you have your shield sent out, pulses of energy, they intercept with these encryptions. Imagine these are points of radiation, right? Just little Jaleesic points of radiation that interface with this current of Shalaya units coming in. It causes polarization and splitting of the currents and changing of their angles. That creates the Taliya screen, which are the axiotonal and meridian lines, and it's actually bent in spherical form, so it creates what's called the Taliya sphere. This is what we're going to work on healing now that we are going to be activating the Rosetta code. It will give us the ability to straighten out the axiotonal lines and the meridian lines and the Taliya templates. These are like memory templates that actually control the entire hologram that we manifest through our bodies. The chakras actually circulate energy out and send it into the Taliya sphere, and then it circles back. And this is how we actually get the circulation through which we manifest our hologram. So if that is twisted, if any parts of that anatomy are twisted, you're going to have a twisted hologram, and you're going to be stuck in it. And that's what we have been. We're going to use the Rosetta code to clear the Taliya spheres, to realign them to their natural order, because right now they are twisted into the unnatural configuration that happens when you have the Earth Taliya sphere and the larger Eartha Taliya sphere that is holding the natural pattern. They form very strange lines because of the tilt of Earth. Earth's axis is over here. It creates very strange flow lines that interface with certain parts that are supposed to be natural flow lines. This should interface between Eartha and Earth. We have the aurora field here that is going to activate. So the natural aurora field will allow us, once we activate the Rosetta code, the aurora field will run naturally as part of the elemental base, the Christic elemental base from Eartha, and it will allow us to bring in the lights of aurora stronger than we ever have before. We started this type activation in Shasta, and then we'll be able to use the lights of aurora to send back our natural encryption as it progressively heals into Eartha. So we will progressively build ourselves into Eartha, and we will learn how to, as training continues, how to move our consciousness first with our Rashalay bodies into that space so we can go visit, and then eventually we'll learn how to bring our bodies through. And that will be one heck of a party when we do. Can you see us just all finally popping and going, oh, wow, we did it. How many of us will go, let's see if we can go back and do it again? You know? Like, that was a door, right? Right? Does it work both ways? I wonder. It would be so great to try, because you just want to know if you could. Then you're going to go, and stay half and half, you know what I mean? Like, I'm half invisible over here. Hi, you only see half of me. You know what I mean? I'm really hoping we had a chance to experience being able to, and it would be small groups only, it would be private contact at that point. Once you reach a certain level of training, and the beloveds sense that you are ready and that it would be a good thing, you would be approached by them directly, and they would give you some kind of sign of proving it to you that it was really the same ones you're dealing with, you know, so you don't get hijacked by somebody else and end up down a black hole where you thought you were going to Eartha, right? There will be certain things that you're taught, first of all, that will make it very difficult for you to be tricked that way. And once that happens, then there'll be a point when you all get to understand enough and activate enough where it'll be between you and the beloveds, and there'll be private invites sometimes, and you'll be taken on first probably in dream state, and then sometimes in awake state where you'll swear you're narcoleptic. It's not worth a test, you probably aren't. Where you'll be walking across the room, uh-oh, getting pulled, must have a meeting, right? Gotta lay down before I fall down. We went through periods. Now they try to schedule them where you're not, you're not gonna hurt yourself. You're not driving a car, you're not like standing up trying to teach somebody something and you just fall over, you know, I mean, they try to keep it discreet. However, there are times when training directly with them begins where your body's going through all sorts of wacky stuff because you're activating really, really fast, and the body's trying to keep up with it chemically. And if it's time to go for a meeting, like all sorts of meetings, they'd pull me. I'd call it being pulled, and I know I gave permission. All right, and I knew it was part of my contract to show up there when I needed to, but sometimes it was really inconvenient. Like I'd want to do something, but all of a sudden it's like blood sugar must like hit Eartha core because it just drops and out go your lights. You know, you're just kind of walking around like you're in a coma. So you just lay down, and I'd shift immediately, and I'd be wide awake somewhere else in my body. Yeah, except I'd have different clothes on, which always, I always had just like a robe on. Everybody was just kind of like dressed in just very simple, like cotton robes or whatever seemed to be the thing to wear. So maybe it's what happens when you go through a gate and they hand you one because you end up naked. Maybe that's why everybody's wearing white robes. It's like the white bathrobe, the terry cloth bathrobe here. So if you start getting odd effects like that, one of the signs that you're actually, you've lined yourself up for meetings and they're starting, is if you do get a bit of that chemical flux where you just start getting like a wave of tiredness, and if you let yourself go and you find yourself shift, it'll get to the point sometimes where it's like somebody pressed a remote and this was one TV program and bang, whoa. Hey, hi, go, your seat's over there. Come on, everybody's assembling. And you'll be in the middle of a workshop with like 1,000 people. It's really, really interesting. And it got to the point where the V2, Volume 2, Voyagers Volume 2 was written by going back and forth, where they would actually take me to different meetings in various places and then, have me come back and write it down. And then I'd have to write it because I could only remember so much. I'd have to come back, leave my seat there, and come back here, write it down, and then pass out again here, and go lay on the couch, and go back to the meeting. I mean, seriously. So it gets interesting. And where we're going to be going first is into Eartha, and that will seem like heaven from here. So if you do get to go to Eartha, it isn't heaven, all right? It isn't heaven. That's not like, last stop, I'm with God now. Well, you're with God always, even in a black hole, technically you're with God. But it will seem heavenly compared. It is utopian compared because it is run still on Christian principles. There are interference bands around in here that have to do with certain control mechanisms that are connected to the net, the Metatronic net here. And there are certain things we will learn so we don't get snagged by them when we start the process of learning to project in and out of the Eartha gates. All right, next one, please. Yep, time for the code again. Just a reminder of the planetary Rushite spiral mess. All right, this down here is that same configuration that is running as a mutation in the shield, misaligning your body shield's alignment with the Shadi seed atom. And this is what we are going to clear tonight with the activations. It's going to literally blow these implants out and allow the shield rotation to go back to normal, which will start turning on chakras. And it's not just going to be like bang, right? It will happen slowly and progressively. Your body and your higher self as well, your higher consciousness levels, those levels of consciousness know how to regulate your system. So if you're activating, this is why you don't get like severe Kundalini wacky reactions like you can doing some techniques from other people who don't teach you how to do things safely. The techniques we use are safe. They're meant to work with the tolerance levels of bodies and your own personal one. So you don't have to worry about like, I'm going to blast those implants and then my elementals are going to go nuts and I'm going to go like on a rampage through the dating scene. You know what I mean? It probably won't happen that way. Right? Well, you never know, though. No, I don't think it will. But anyway, this is what we're going to clear. This is the gravitron, the big mess on the planetary level. It actually runs down. It connects through into Earth core, through a region around the Gulf of Mexico and over into Belize where we did the trip. So when it started activating is when we started to get the really wacky storms. I forget what year it was, but was it 2004? Or the summer there was like a whole series of really wacky storms were kicking up there, and that was when they started activating trying to bring it to critical mass spin speed so it could actually shift part of its axis. So we're in the middle of a mess with this, but the only one we have to worry about right now, because we're not going to fix this, but we can fix our own. Next one, please. We're going to reset the natural imprint for the Rushite spiral in our bodies, and the activation of the Rosetta code will allow us to do this. What is nice is once we activate the Rosetta code in ourselves and our bodies, we will be able to activate the glory hands, and with the glory hands we will be able to, through touch or even remote touch, be able to give the gift of the Rosetta to other people who ask for it. All right, now they don't have to ask you 3D. You can ask them if it's somebody you care about and you know they're never going to listen to anything that ever came from one of these workshops. Yeah, right. Yeah, I know those. Yeah, a whole family like that, actually. I do. You be able to ask them to put the intention up to their Christic levels, or through, actually. We're going through at this point. Forget up. Up is going like this. Let's aim for their Edonic levels and ask, if there's something you can do for them. And you'll get a feeling. You'll know whether it's, I'm pushing the boundaries and I really should be hands off even though I'd like to help. You can just leave an intention of assisting for the self of persons you love. Or you may just get a feeling. You may even get, once you get your elemental command circuits open, you may get their physical self still being their physical self and not wanting to hear anything, but their astral self going, yes, right now, take a picture, take it in the other room, and don't let me see it, but do it, will you? Right? You may get this stuff happening. All right? Well, you actually see somebody's astral self and their physical self do completely different things. Or it gets really funny because, like, our astral selves get bored when they're sitting in chairs and they get stiff in things just like our physical bodies do. And the way they get unstiff is they get up and walk around. Or go out for a snack. I mean, seriously, we do this, and our astral bodies aren't somebody different. They're a part of our consciousness, right? Our Rashale bodies are going to be a bigger part, right? They will actually integrate the astral self. But it's really funny. You'll start to get astral vision, and you'll see all sorts of wacky stuff. You'll see lizards in suits at bus stops. You'll see, just really amazing things. Yeah. And if you don't worry about it. The time will come when you do. All right? So maybe your body has other things that are more important first, and that needs to be finished first. As we clear these problems, it will also, as we clear the Rushate spiral, as we talked about, the Rushate spiral creates the chakra vortex systems. As we clear this, it will help it clear, and it won't happen just overnight, but as this clears, the spiral clears, the chakras will also clear and realign back to the natural order, which means we should be getting, before too long, some decent activation of the sixth chakra or the third eye. All right, that has been blocked for a while. It does have a seal over it, which is a natural seal, but it also has a whole bunch of gunk that doesn't belong there because it's keyed to stuff it shouldn't be keyed to. So we will get our pineal and our third eye back, as well as our tailbone, our coccyx, and a few other parts down there that are connected to the other end. Okay, this has to do with cranial sacral seals and all of that. All of these are connected to the Rushate spiral and the chakra system. So the Rosetta healing, the Rosetta code, is the thing that will actually set the natural elemental imprint all the way through to the axiotonal lines. Next one, please. This is just a reminder that in the Cathara grid and the dimensional scale and the 0.5 scale on which the chakras run, these are the Rushate spirals in their exhale active form, where all the little vortices of the chakras open and the interior little sets of vortices also open. This is in relation to the body, so actually a chakra system should look like this, where you have a bunch of them running up the front and back, and also the side ones, and there's also the vertical and the vertical top and bottom ones for each chakra. And when the seals that are between them that form through the interfaces, these are natural saran wrap lenses that form seals between certain chakras. Once you reach a certain level of key activation in your body, those seals will progressively release and allow all the little chakras to begin opening up to form bigger chakras. And this is beginning the process of activating what is called the Christ Star crystal capsule and the full Rashale flame body, through which you would be able to go into first through the gates of Eartha, into Eartha, and then from there into the Edonic levels. So, next one, please. Just to remind us what we're working on. Yeah, that. Right? And again, the chakras interface directly with the auric level, so if you put something in one chakra, it'll actually come out in the corresponding level of the auric field, which means it'll come out in the corresponding level of the teliosphere. So at certain points, we're going to get very specific. We're going to learn how to manifest by putting things that we want to manifest by knowing how to write in encryption, all right, make our own encryptions of things we would like to manifest and actually imbue it in their proper chakras to send it out as a template into our teliospheres. And the first thing we're going to do is heal all of that first, because you don't want to try to do those things unless you've got your system running properly, or you'll get all sorts of aberrations of what you were trying to make. You'll try to manifest something and you'll come out with like half of what you wanted and something extremely the opposite of what you really, really, really didn't want at all, right? That's because of the distortion. So once we get our system clear and our Taliya sphere healing is underway and our chakra healing is underway, we will learn directly how to manifest through elemental command, through working with the chakras directly. And it will be very fun at a certain point once this healing gets a bit more underway. Okay, and this is just to remind you that all of this interfaces with the monadic level of the Shadi hedonic seed atom, and that's where it's like a template that runs right there, around the body, through the body. And this is, again, a tachyon cycle generator. Your body is a tachyon generator. It generates keys under natural circumstances. And what we know as orgasms, normally they'd be orgasms, where they're actually natural ones, where you could like pop through, just like something when it reaches its full key activation, where it's a burst of energy, it goes really, really fast, and then it actually slows, goes and disappears at flashpoint, right? Orgasm would be like flashpoint that we talked about in the tachyon cycles. What we have now are orgasms, which are little light. Okay, little lights because they're mutated keys, and they're more caused by friction and squashing together of the implants and rubbing on the natural structures that are there in the Shadi, but our Shadi hasn't been able to phase. We began the phasing of the Shadi with the first techniques that we did when we came in here, and we also, some of us began it in Denver. Now the next stage is to finish the activations that will allow the natural cycling to begin with the Shadi seed atom. And this, whether or not, it doesn't really matter right now what you think about sex. You can love it or hate it, and anywhere in between. That's not what's important. What's important is whatever your orientation is toward it, you can just appreciate that, you can get it in order now. You know what I mean? Just because you're activating these things doesn't mean you have to go have sex if you haven't had sex in a long time and really don't ever want to, right? It could mean if you haven't and you want to, maybe you will. But what it means is getting your relationship with your own sexual energies, which are your Kundalini manifestation closest to 3D energies that you have to work with, your elemental energies. It means getting them back under your direction instead of having them run you around on a subconscious level through the chemicals in your system, fulfilling the will of twisted elementals that are caught in a Metatronic spiral. All right, so that's the first part of sacred sex, is getting a hold of yourself and your body, saying, excuse me, let's sit down and talk about this one. Do I really want to do this? You know? So there are a lot of things. I think Virginia Beach is going to end up like Kama Sutra. I just have a feeling we're going to be given some interesting things to take home and play with should you want to. You know, but before, it would be very irresponsible to teach you to do those things, either by yourself or with company, if you weren't taught first how to do it safely. And safely means healing the mess that has happened here, and that's what we're doing in this workshop. So we are preparing for the fun part. We are preparing for the ability to enjoy those energies again, not just for sexuality and sexual sharing, but for creation of all sorts of kinds, for manifesting directly as well as for procreation or not. See, they're the same energies. The same energies that make babies are the same energies that you can direct with the mind through the chakra system to manifest things in your hologram or conditions in your hologram, or manifest a doorway in a mountain that leads to Eartha when you need one. All right? So they're the same energies. They are directing the elemental force of the Kundalini energies through the deeper energies of the middle Edans and going backward, through into the inner and the core worlds. Next one, please. I'm not going through all of this heavily. We did do that yesterday. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, we're getting toward the activation. I can tell because my back is starting. Yeah, these are just those diagrams again that show where the spark points are supposed to be and how the sparks, the Kelana sparks generate and they collect in here. And it's the same kind of configuration in here, deep inside the center point, which is the perineum in females and the prostrate in males, is the little tiny light seed structure, the Taran light seed of the Edonic level. And that Taran light seed has its part key generator, and it generates and makes keys. When you interact with, sexually here, and you manufacture the outer keys in the monadic level, those keys go through a cycle of spiraling in and collecting in, and eventually they will trigger the tachyon cycles of the core of the middle levels. And that is the point where the pillars will trigger open, and you will go through a flash point, and it will be like a big orgasm. And feeling-wise, it's just like, there's a word for that. They talk about that in one of the religions. I forget what it is, the ecstasy or something like that. What is that called? Do you remember that? The rapture, that's it. All right, it's something like that, except the rapture tends to have to do with being sucked down a black hole inside out. Yeah. It's more like the rupture, actually. It's the rupture of your light body cells, where you're actually harnessed and it's pulled inside out so it can go to black hole fall, and then you're kind of like stuck back together again. And you're kind of a facsimile of yourself. And that's what the Metatronic code does. It's more like the thing called the ecstasy, and that's not the drug. It has nothing to do with that. All right, this is the state of ecstatic joy that is felt both mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically as the body transmutes and passes through, going through gates, going through from one place to another. So that is what the sparking process eventually builds to, and that will occur when the key activation cycles go from the monadic level, spiraling all the way down and in, where they're collecting like a bit inside the body in that area, and they collect until they trigger the core, the Taran on the middle level, all right? And that's when you have the Edon gates open. This has been blocked, and that's why people have a lot of problems with bodies down there, where men get prostate cancers and women get cervical cancers and those kind of things. They're connected to the blockages that are caused by the Metatronic implant systems that are running there. And these are some of the things that we're going to be able to clear now to get to restore the natural order to these places. So eventually, in a Christic society where the bodies are acting normally, you just don't have cancer. It just doesn't happen. Cancer has to do with energy flows being blocked and twisted and reversed. And it's unfortunate how much of that there is on this planet. You can heal from it, though, and this is one good way to start that process. So this is a healing that once you have the glory hands, you can, even just in touch, say if you were walking through a hospital or visiting a cancer unit, just by touch, you could give the option that actually could assist people that are in dire straits to make the shift and begin the healing, where they might find they actually got cured and they have no idea why. And it might simply have been because you just served as a conduit for the natural elemental Rosetta code to come in and do its healing. So it becomes very, very powerful, the touch, and even the thought of the touch, because you can touch without touching as well. Anyway, next one. What? Cellular liberation? Yes. Yes, we've been in, very good point. Yes, he said we've been in cellular imprisonment, and this is the beginning of cellular liberation. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, and this is just showing you what we went through yesterday. I'm not going to go through all of this again. We'll have more of this, and eventually there will be something published on this, like at least a chart pack or something, that shows all of these things together, so you will be able to read the small print. Because there's a lot to remember, but as long as you can see where the basic pieces connect, you say, aha, this makes sense somehow. I might not be able to repeat it again, but it makes sense, right? Eventually it will be written in a way where you do have something to refer to, where you've got your technicals there. But I have to make sure my technicals are written down properly before I allow it out for publishing. Next one, please. Oh, something that we're definitely getting activation soon because it's just hurting. Yeah, this is the mess. We are going to clear these 5 unnatural, well, it's the 5-5 I call it, but it really isn't. It looks like 5-5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it's really 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 implants around the center one So there's 9 altogether, and that one's the one that's blocking the center point. This is what's going to free up, and when it frees up, the body shields will actually, and the chakras, will shift back into their natural alignment with the Shadi seed atom. We've started that process, and we need the links to the flames that the activation that we've started to do already in order to build up to the point where we can release these through the Rosetta code. So I think we're almost to the point where we're going to do the activations, I think, aren't we? I hope so. I think I do need to take 5 minutes though, because I am getting whacked right here. This is like not 25-minute, 5-minute break. Okay, let's try for like a 10-minute, 5-minute break. Okay, please, because we do need to do the activations, and there's still several of them to do, and I don't want to have you here at 7 in the morning. Okay, so a 10-minute, 5-minute break. Again, this is very rough, and that was the last one that I was doing really, really fast. But what this one is this is the Unisai with the inner Rachelet flame. Now, what this is supposed to be, and it's really difficult to do in colored pencils anyway, is it's supposed to be, the Unisai is colored primarily the golden silver one. All right, so the inner set are pale silver tinted heliotalic pastels, and the outer are gold tinted heliotalic pastels. So if you can try to translate that as just a rough color key reminder, and try to imagine a lovely pale yellowy gold with rainbow heliotalics running through all of the spheres, and in the center part where you would have the pale silver heliotalics running through. And this is the flame that we worked with before, the inner Rachelet flame. That's not the rainbow one that they call the one I call the rainbow flame, which is the core one that has the leaf pattern of the windsong. This is the other one. So it has the purple heart here, and has the pink and the gold, and this is actually a pale silver, but it doesn't come out on even though I have the colored pencil, it doesn't come out when you photocopy it. And that's the pale blue. And that's the celestiline color blue, the really pale silvery blue, and pale silver over here and pale gold over there. So this is just a rough color reminder, but it still holds the math and gives you a bit of the frequencies to work with. So we're going to start with this. There's going to be a time, this is going to be gorgeous when it's done, and I hope Sue Clemson is doing it, because she does just an amazing job when, we give her the roughs, we give her the drawings, and she'll say, well, it needs to be this color here and that color there, and she just does amazing stuff with a computer. I'm looking forward to it, because I can see this when I close my eyes as it's like a living entity. I mean, when you see it, and it feels like one. It's just this amazing consciousness to it that feels huge and kind of like all-knowing, all-seeing, all peaceful, all the time, about everything it knows and everything it sees, and just all loving. There is just such a frequency that goes with this, and I look forward to when we can have the art that will actually really bring that home. But for now, this will hold the math for you. What we're going to do first is an optical pineal induction of it. Then we're going to do a journey. All right, we're going to do a journey through the Unisai, and I got to try something here, because I do believe we're going to put the code 2. That's 4, yeah. 2 is the... Yeah, we're going to put that one over it, but we have to center it on the center to center. Yeah, like that. And then we'll put the code 1 probably over that. All right, not all at once, but like we'll do this in stages. Do you have code 1 there so I can see what that looks like? I have a feeling that Edon is going in there too. Or the other one, 20,000. Yeah, there's code 1. Again, centered on the center. Yeah. No, it's starting to come alive. Right. And do we have an eat in there? I think when we get to the journey phase, we're going to use the overlay set. 1728. Yeah, we'll do 1728 for now. Because if you overload it, just shuts down and won't work. Yeah, that'll work. Cool. Okay, so let's go back to it. Just like lift the pile of them off or something and leave the last one there, because we'll do the induction first. Right. Okay, now just take a gentle cleansing breath. Oh, here we go again. Okay. Again. And if you would focus your attention for a moment. I have to get over here to do this one. Excuse me. Focus your attention for a moment with just eyes natural over on this dot over here. And from this dot, close the right eye, or put your hand over it if you need to, and just look at it with the left eye. And then with the left eye, track it over to this dot, and then to the center. Then open both eyes, and look at the center point, and cross the eyes to make one current. And then take the crossed vision down to this point, and over to that point, over to the middle again, and then straight up to the top. And then release the eye cross and inhale into the pineal, and then up the chakra 14. That was an inhale. Up. And then exhale. The image down to earth core. Earth core. And inhale up to the Iyumbi. Another inhale up to the Azrai. Another up to the Rajna. And now down to the Shadi. All right, now breathe gently. We're going to get ready for the journey to the Unisai. We will pass through the flames and awaken their encryptions within our bodies. Would you put the other overlays up, please? Just all of them, everything except the Edon. Where we had there before, except the Edon. Yeah, just 1 and 2. We'll get to 4. Okay. Yeah, that's better. Almost looks like a stained glass window. In fact, that would make a lovely stained glass window. Yeah, that would. There we go. That's good enough. That'll hold the mouth. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Does it? Where you don't get, well, whoa. I think I'm going to sit down here for this. Yeah. Alrighty now. We have encrypted into our pineal, into our entire chakra system, and to the Shadi, the first three codes. This will enable us to hold the encryption that will allow us to journey to the Unisai. Now, we are going to the Unisai, by the way, if we recall, is the inner domain seed atom. And when you go through the Unisai, you end up going through the star-born cycle of the core and directly back to source through the first Partakai. So we are going to take a journey through the Unisai and back to source, and then turn around and come back out again. And as we come back out, we will pick up the codes all the way out until we come back to this side of the Unisai again. At that point, we will bring in the Rosetta code. And from the Rosetta code, we will move the Rosetta code and the entire code sequence of encryption back into our bodies. We'll be using a mini-me for this, which is where you visualize a tiny version of yourself dressed as you are now, preferably. You can stick on a robe if you prefer. Now, we are going to begin this journey in a very fascinating way. It's a double technique. We will use this for here, but it's also something you can play with later. Where first, imagine that there is a tiny version of yourself sitting in the lotus position, legs crossed Indian style, as they say, that way, in the Azure. This time we'll put it in the Azure. Just imagine you're sitting there in your little Azure point. And what we are going to do now is inhale upward to the Azure from the Shadi. And as we do, we are going to draw the Shadi up. Past the Yumbi, up to the Azure. And you're going to bring the Shadi, Idanak Siddharam, up to the Azure. So now, let's take first an inhale up to chakra 14. Remember your mini-me sitting there. Keep your mini-me sitting there at the Azure. You're going to take a gentle exhale down to Eartha Core. Now on the inhale, you will bring the inhale up from Eartha Core, and as you pass by the Shadi, you will bring it up with the breath to the Azure and stop it there. Just release the breath and allow the Shadi shield to sit there at the Azure in the same location as your outer domain seed atom. Imagine that your little mini-me now has a magic carpet, a circular magic disc to ride on. Imagine that your mini-me is sitting at the Azure on the Shadi disc. Try to feel the sensation of that. Try to feel a part of your consciousness stationed in this little hologram of a mini-me that you are making. Now, inhale, and on the exhale, push downward, all the way to Earth Core. The mini-me and the Shadi disc. And then gently inhale and bring them both, the disc and the mini-me, up to the Rajna. And release the breath there and leave the disc and the mini-me at the Rajna. Now, with your eyes opened, look at the image of the flames upon the board and imagine that from your Rajna and from your sixth chakra, your third eye, you're going to open a spiraling vortex that is your chakra, the chakra 6 that runs from the third eye through the pineal. Just imagine, inhale, and then Exhale out a cone of energy directly to the center. And imagine the cone of energy attaches to the center. Nobody's cones interfere with each other. Now you are going to use this as a projection tunnel for the mini-me on the Shadi disc. See, the Shadi disc can be used for travel. It can be used as a magic carpet. All right, now breathe gently and imagine that you are going to project on every exhale. You will move down a little bit further outward, down the tunnel that you created. As you move your mini-me and the Shadi disc from the Rajna outward horizontally through the tunnel you created, through the chakra, to the center point. When you get to the center point, stop for a moment, sitting on your mini-me sitting on your Shadi disc. Try to call to mind now, and close your eyes to visualize this part. Try to call to mind the beautiful gold and silver one of the Unisai. Imagine the beautiful heliotalic pale gold on the outside, and the inner circle is the pale silver heliotalics. Try to feel the sensation of those colors, even if you can't see them in your mind's eye. Try to feel the energy signature of the texture of those. Now there is a tone set that will allow a passage through into the Unisai, through the Sacred Heart. It is the tone for opening the Sacred Heart passage. I will utter this set of tones, and after I utter one, please verbally do the same, and then I will do the next and do the same. All right? So remember, you're holding your little mini-me on the Shadi disc, sitting waiting to go through the Sacred Heart passage within the Rashale flame to enter and go through the Unisai.
Sate Shiwanu
Un entre disa Now breathe gently and quietly. And bring your attention to your mini-me sitting on your Shanti disc. And imagine in your mind's eye now that you can see the beautiful gold and silver one of the Unisai. And you can see the iridescent colors, pale heliotelic iridescence, flickering of the flames. And you can see before you what appears to be a purple heart. The sacred heart passage, the violet heart, the point of transmutation, of moving from the inner into the core. Imagine now that your mini-me is floating through this purple heart. Imagine a large purple heart is opening now in the middle of the screen, but you're still looking with your eyes closed. But you're pointing it at the screen where you made the tunnel to the center point in the image. Imagine a heart is there, a beautiful purple heart. And it is shimmering and getting lighter and more iridescent in color as you approach with your mini-me. Imagine that you can hear some amazing electrical tones. They sound like voices in choirs singing quietly. You're beginning to hear the music of the interior, the core music of the spheres. It is an inside music. You will not hear it with your outside ears. But if you're very, very still and quiet inside, you may hear it, or you may hear it later as you try to fall asleep. You may first think it is a fan or an air conditioner, until you start to hear the words they sing as well. What we are going to do now is move together on our Shati discs with our mini-me's through the purple heart doorway, the sacred heart passage, the passage through the Unisai, the point of all union. Inhale, and on the exhale, gently push horizontally your mini-me image. And imagine that a hole has opened in the screen, the heart-shaped doorway, and you're actually moving back behind the screen now. And imagine that back behind the screen, you find that the purple heart doorway is actually a long tunnel, beautiful purple colors, like evening with a purple moonshine. You are moving through a cave, and it is actually a heart-shaped cave. Imagine you are floating on your Shanti disc. It seems like the cave could go on forever, but it is actually very, very short. At the end of the cave now, you will see a light. It is just a pinpoint of what appears to be white light at first. What you are seeing is the light of your own consciousness reflecting off the diamond door, nada or, at the creation point. For the diamond door would be invisible, but it were for the reflected light that your consciousness shines upon it. Inhale and breathe and move forward with your Shanti and mini-me, right up to the diamond door. And all of us, like clusters of chelons that form little crystals around the diamond door, we gather here to enter the creation point. Inhale one more time, and gently close your mini-me eyes as well, and push right through. Say, I'm coming home, God Source. I'm coming home now. Imagine suddenly that with your mini-me on your Shanti disc, it feels as if all of a sudden you're all alone and you've entered free space, as if
the purple chamber is gone, all the sounds are gone, but it is not an unpleasant feeling. It is just vast, vast. You have entered the threshold of the heart and mind of God, the place from which you originally birthed, from where you originally emerged. It is the place where you were always indigenous to the landscape. Try to be for a moment in quiet silence in this space. This is a space that the Sadhisattas can take you toward. It is a space that can be accessed in various ways for various reasons. But it is the doorway. It's like a little bridge to cross over until you begin to interface with the consciousness, the awake awareness of God Source directly. That state, you can remember to go to this bridge, to go and pass through the purple heart, the sacred heart passage. And remember the little bridge, and you can color the little bridge in your mind any color you like, that leads from the back of that passage through the diamond door. When you are alone and in your own space, go here, ride your Shadi with your mini-me and go to this space and request communion with God Source, the one, the only, the first, the always. And allow your consciousness to feel the reality of the communication of God Source, which is direct cognition. Allow it to fill you. This is a space you can bring into any activity that you do in your body or out of your body. But for now, you have accessed this space. And now, like a backflow return spark, you will turn around as if you are steering your Shadi and turning it around like you would a car. And you are facing backward now, and you're going to go back through the diamond door and come backward toward your physical self. So you're going to go back through the diamond door and inhale and draw yourself toward yourself. Draw the mini-me toward you. And you pass through the diamond door. Relax. Now inhale again and draw yourself back through the sacred heart passage. And imagine now your mini-me is popping back through the screen up on the stage. And take one more inhale and draw yourself from the screen back to your Rajna. Now you will, in a moment, bring the Shadi with your mini-me back down into first Eartha core and then back up into its station, its natural position at your chakra 1 area. So, inhale first and hold. Use the exhale to ride the mini-me on the Shadi down to Eartha core. And now inhale again, up, and bring the Shadi up to its resting position. Just breathe easily and gently for a few moments, and let your mini-me sit down there in the middle of your Shadi. From this place, you can do many interesting things. You can bring heat or stimulation to any part of your body if you want to. You can activate your keys without ever having to touch a physical part, simply by moving energy through. Put your mini-me there and turn it into a ball of light and let it tickle parts and see what happens. You can begin the process of key generation very soon with the Shadi, as soon as the rest of the Rosetta code is set. With our journey, our projection journey to the Unisai and back, what we have done is bring in the mathematical codings of that journey going in to the original point, your Akusha crystal, your original point where you entered manifestation from Source. And that encryption is now carried in the Shadi. What we will do next is imbue the Rosetta code, which will allow the body to then translate the rest of the coding from the Unisai seed atom all the way back into Source. So let's put up the other code now, code 4, please. Put it on top and let's see what that does first. Maybe a bit too... let's do it by itself. Yeah, we do it by itself. Let's do the Shadi, that one by itself, the Rosetta. There we go. Again, we have this, if you notice, on the Rosetta, the background, which is the same configuration of the Unisai, where the Unisai has the gold outer and the silver inner. This one has the silver outer, and it would have the gold inner. What it is each one of those stages, each one of those tachyon cycles and the units, the light cells they create, all embedded within each other to form first. This is the REUZHETTA, Rosetta cell of the inner domains, and is the same configuration that works for the RHO-SETTA, Rosetta of the outer domains. It is the elemental root cell. This will allow the natural elemental currents from Eartha to re-enter your body and begin the healing of your Rushite spiral, your Taliya sphere, and your axiatonal meridian line systems, and your entire chakra system, and it will begin the process of gently unraveling the sexual distortions that have been held in by the sextant template. This is core healing at its best. So what we will do now is... all right, if you can sit with your legs just a little bit apart, like your knees, if you're sitting with your feet on the floor, with your knees just a bit apart, or if you have your feet up, just spread the legs a little bit, because we need to bring this one in where it counts most. Yes. Instead of doing optical pineal induction, perhaps pineal induction. Yes. All right. Now, how we will do this is we will do a thing that will allow us to float an imprint image of that image off of the screen. And we will, and that is simply you project your energy from, you can use the combination of Azure and Rajna together. Inhale and project a beam of energy from both simultaneously and let it meet in the center. Imagine that that beam of energy actually spreads out now through the entire image, picking up the code, picking up the math of the code. Now bring that image back on those 2 cords of energy you sent out and hold it as a smaller image, like a dinner plate size, right in front of your head, like right here, where, as if you were looking at it, in front of your face. And just kind of hold it there and let it stay there. Intend that it stays there for a moment. Now, you need first to activate it before we can run it through. Inhale up to the Azure and make a little spark of pale silver light at the Azure, and aim at the center point of the dinner plate image of the Rosetta in front of you, and from the Asare, spark the center. And just breathe gently for a moment and watch that the disc actually starts to spin as if it is a plate spinning on its edge. And it will hit, within a moment or two, it will hit a point where it just goes pop, and it actually pops into three-dimensional spherical form. For it is as a sphere of energy that it must be brought up into the Shadi, seed atom. And from there, it can be raised up the central vertical column, clearing the chakras, giving back the Rosetta code to the chakras as it goes. So, we'll take now the sphere, the Rosetta sphere that hangs in front of us, and drop it down. Inhale first before you move it, and then use the exhale to gently ease it downward, still in front of the body, and down into where it is actually just a little bit in front of the Shadi in your private areas. Next, you will inhale and draw it horizontally back toward the center of the Shadi template. And try to feel this sphere of energy pass through, part of it passing through your private parts in your body until it is centered within the Shadi. Try to feel the opening. Just having this encryption there provides, because there should be a bit of warmth or sensation of some sort. If not, you can play with it later if you would like to. You can use this at any time. You can use the Rosetta ball, you can use Rosetta sphere, whatever you'd like to call it. Now, what we are going to do first is you're going to use an exhale to push the Rosetta ball from its point at the Shadi down to earth core. From the earth core, we are going to draw in the lights of aurora, which are beautiful, pale but neon type lights that are the field between earth and eartha. And we're going to inhale them in to the Rosetta sphere, and then draw them up again to the Shadi, and breathe out and expand the aurora frequencies through the Shadi. Now you're going to move the Rosetta sphere, leaving the Shadi in its place. We're going to move just the Rosetta sphere up, slowly up, the central vertical column. It will touch every chakra and every chakra seal, giving back the natural elemental code. Just gentle little breaths. You can inhale and exhale, and then next inhale up a little further. Exhale, inhale, exhale. Drawing the sphere upward slowly. When you reach the sphere to the pineal area, take an inhale and then exhale and blow it forward, out horizontally from your forehead through the sixth chakra. Imagine it simply disappeared. Now inhale quickly, and imagine that out of nowhere, the Rosetta sphere suddenly popped up, coming back towards you to the third chakra in the solar plexus. And it is going now into the solar plexus and out the backside and back up to the back of the sixth chakra, up in the back of the head. Now notice that the Rosetta sphere is back in to the pineal area, and all of its own volition, it is going upward now. It is going upward through the top of the head and all the way up on its own to chakra 14. And imagine that when it hits chakra 14, there is a beautiful starburst of energy that occurs. And almost what looks like pieces of ashes floating down. as a particular implant lens that affects that area has been transmuted. And now, exhale and draw the Rosetta sphere back down to the Shadi. We will do one more thing before we put the Rosetta sphere back in its storage place. This will be its storage place where you have it now, where it is in the center of the Shadi. But we will again inhale and bring it up to the Ajare. And on the exhale, you will blow frequency out down your arm channels and into your palms and out your fingertips. The Rosetta sphere will do its own work now, and you may feel for a moment or two just sit comfortably with your hands palms up, resting on your knees, the palms up, and as this encryption of the Rosetta moves down into the palm currents, as the currents in the arms begin their process of realigning the natural axiotonal structure, you'll begin to feel a bit of gentle buzzing in the palms. And at some point, you'll have two beautiful flames pop into the centers of your palms. But these will be a double flame. One will be the inner flame of Ra Shale, and the other will be the core flame of Ra Shala. And together, deep inside of them, there will be a little tiny sphere that is the encryption for, a replica of the encryption for the Rosetta. Now we will do one more breath of inhale and hold at the Azare. Then gently push another two currents down the arms, through the little Rosetta replicas and through the fingers, and don't forget your other thumb. You may notice a little feeling of popping because there are little membranes over the chakras on the tips of the fingers, and they will pop open when they are ready. Some people have it immediately. Other people's bodies will wait until their axiotonals have adjusted fully enough to do this. But you will get a set of 6 little flames of Ra Shale on your fingertips, and the one that is alive and well in the center of your palm. Each hand will carry these, and of course you at this point have only 5 fingers on each hand, so it means where you would have your other thumb out on the side of your hand will be, the current will still run there as if you had that thumb there. You may even start to actually feel like you have one, and if you get really good, you'll be able to pick things up with your 2 thumbs, but that'll be a while probably. Meanwhile, you have now what are called the glory hands. The glory hands are the hands of the Sacred Heart. They are the hands that carry the Rosetta encryption of the Christic elemental command. And with this touch, and it will grow stronger. See, these activations now, you are just beginning them. You will start having alterations happening in your axiotonals progressively. You've got a subharmonic run now. It will build into full harmonics. And you may get funny little sensations sometimes, like a patch of your body goes numb as the axiotonals in that area are actually recalibrating. And it'll come back again. It doesn't stay numb. You may get a hot patch, say on a leg or an arm, or you may get a cold patch or an itchy patch, those kind of things. You will feel these types of things have to do with the nervous system, and which is connected into the axiotonal lines and the meridians. So if you notice little funny things like that, or you may find little spots on your head that get a bit sore, just little spots, and then it stops. It's not sore the next day. It's fine. You may find you have areas of skin that get so sensitive that the air almost against them is painful. These will pass too. They are short activations, but they all indicate that the axiotonal and meridian lines are recalibrating themselves back to the natural order. You may also get tinglings and minglings other places that could be pleasant if you focus your attention on them. These type of things will build. The more your axiotonals clear, the more the Rushite spiral is also clearing, which means the more natural sensation you'll find restoring to your private parts. It will create different sensations, some that you felt before and liked, and some that you just not felt before, that will also be pleasant. Now, if you would like to experience at some point generating more keys, where you can bring yourself to orgasm, you can do it the old-fashioned way, or you can even simply do it by running the frequencies from the glory hands down and just warming the area. And think keys forming. See, this way you don't even need a partner, and you don't even have to think about clearing your belief systems at the moment about sexuality. Let that come as your teliosphere heals. So you can move energies now from the glory hands for many, many reasons. For healing, for manifesting, for comforting. There are all sorts of things. For self-protection. You can hold up a glory hand and you might be surprised what it will do when people's fields if someone was coming at you and trying to harm you. So this is the beginning of learning to work with some very Eartha, elemental kingdom, and to our homecoming to Earth. We will end now. We will leave the flames within the hands and within the fingers. Let them burn. They will get stronger and they will turn off and on of their own volition. But right now they will stay on gently for a while because the axiotonal and meridian lines are beginning their purging process gently, as is the Rushite spiral running down the middle. Before the chakras begin their processing and clearing and realigning, the Rushite will do its clearing first internally, and you will feel some of the axiotonals, particularly in the hands and possibly in the feet running. But then you may start getting the chakra flashes, which are, they feel like a localized circle of heat actually just blows right through you every once in a while and gives you a heat flash where you whether you're male or female, you'll get the like instant sweat on the skin and heat. You might have to like literally wave yourself down because it's so hot, or flap your shirt or something because it will actually build up heat between like fabric on your shirt. These are normal part of the chakras realigning themselves to their natural order. So you will have some sensations like that eventually. But first it will be the axiotonals, the hands, and the inner spirals. Now, to close this exercise, we'll inhale once more. And we'll gently push the Rosetta sphere down from the Asare down into its storage place in the Shadi. And that will be the place where you can keep the Rosetta sphere. There will be many things you can do with this. You can learn to communicate with it and ask it for healing advice. There are many things because it is a consciousness. It is not just a thing. It is a being. It is a being that has been a part of you since ancient times when you first came out of first manifestation. But it is a part of yourselves that has been a very long time since you've been able to commune with. And it is now yours. And it now lives with you again. I do believe we will end the exercise now. You have got the encryptions that will allow the glory hands and the axiotonals to complete their healing cycles. It will take about probably 6 months to a year before you get chakra flashing. All right. Some of you have already started it, but for the most part in the indigo shield, not too many people have. The flashing is where you get the burst of heat that comes through. It feels like a jet engine. Just like, boom, ow, right? Those kind of things. And you just like wind them off, and it stops. It's very quick. But
but boy, is it strong when it happens. These are good. They're part of the natural healing cycle of the crystal seals that are inside of the chakras. All right, 6 months to a year for most people. But if you get them early, don't let it frighten you. All right, it does create chemical flux. Whether you're a man or a woman, you'll be going through menopause and menopause because it will affect the chemicals in the body. You may also find yourself having some joyful experiences biologically in the states where you are just waking up from sleep and moving into a waking consciousness. You may find tingles and things happening that maybe you haven't felt in years, and this is good. This means these sensations will be connected to the processes of the Rishite clearing and realigning the natural gender orientations and polarity orientations in the sexual organ systems, which of course will directly affect hormone production and what the body does chemically. So this is a beginning of a process that will prepare you to share in coupling sacred sexuality, but it will also allow you to immediately share in lovemaking with Source, with the elementals, with the Unisai, the point of all union, with the portions of yourself that live as consciousness within the eternal fields of the middle Edon and the inner Edon and the core, and of course in the space through the diamond door across the little bridge, in the free space of Source. You can go there now anytime you wish. Just remember the journey. Just remember the Unisai. Remember the purple heart, the sacred heart. Pass through the purple heart, sacred heart doorway to the diamond, and then go through the diamond and make a bridge and just free space on the other side. Go there often in your own time, and you will find you learn much very quickly in ways that are most appropriate for yourselves. I believe I will say goodnight tonight. The rest of me down here may need to say something to you, but Ayazara will call it a night for our activations, and see you soon. And that will be all for now, and give us a moment or two for shifting. Thank you. Still here? No. Okay, who's got the mouth? Okay, I do. All right. Hello, I'm back. I'm still here, actually. It's more like who's got the mouth. That's how it works. Because it's part of my own self, and I'm fully conscious when it's happening, but don't ask me what I've said when I'm in that state, because I hear it as if I'm sitting there, but I couldn't reiterate what I just said if you paid me. I was just like, something about this, I think. Okay, so what did we do? Did we do everything we were supposed to? She got that, yeah. Yeah, got Rosetta code, got fingertip chakras, yep, got that. Got crystallite command, connected to the crystals, probably, yeah, well, it looks like we covered it. She covered it. You covered it. Good. Okay. Alrighty. Well, it is getting late. Yeah. Just a little. I just want to look. The only thing really that we need to talk a little bit, just a moment about, is the information on Shasta, because I did say I'd mentioned just a little bit about the Shasta trip. The Shasta trip was successful at the time where the Hot Tour councils were actually given control of the planetary Rachalet grid by some of the fallen angelics who wanted passage over so they wouldn't fall Wisadrak, so they could fall Wisadak. That part was successful. The Indigo Shield was attacked very quickly right after that by certain other groups who didn't want that exchange to occur. We've held, and we still, our guys, the Hattors, still have control over the primarily Anu matrices in the planetary grids that were handed over. This was to allow us to make the most harmonious openings of the Aurora gate systems into Eartha through those gates without having, causing planetary disruption and those kind of things. And that part is still holding. What isn't holding well of the Rainbow Bridge plan is the
certain groups, the Tothian Shield especially, they are falling, but they had intended to ride the rainbow for a bit. Some of them would fall what was called the Guff Fall. The Guff Fall would be a Cal fall, a 616 fall, that would allow them to eventually go back through the natural processes of space dust return without being Metatronicked. The Guff plan is not going to work now because of the loss of the Tothian Shield, which had to do with interactions between the Thetan groups. So at this point, we have a rainbow thread instead of a rainbow bridge. It is not a full rainbow spiral. It is simply a thread that links where we are here in Earth to the crystal spiral. And it is a little rainbow bass pulse rhythm frequency set, like a little bitty time not quite loop, like a time little. It's not in a line either. It's like a time twisty that connects where we are here and the Earth, the falling part, into where we are going, where the indigo shield is going, which is the crystal spiral, and into Eartha. And there will still be people we can assist in riding that little thread. And some of them, because of the healing technologies that are being brought in now, will actually be able to make a crystal A transition. Because unless they're fully Metatronicked, there's a lot that can be done with the glory hands. There's a lot of healing that can be done when you call in the Eartha elementals. So we're going to be learning how to do those kind of things. And we're also going to be moving into, and in the next workshop in this series, we're going to be moving into, let's say, some more intimate talk about, okay, now that I have my systems, healing and growing and getting clear, what do you do with that? There are things you can do to improve relationships that you have. There are things that you can do to find relationships that you like. And we will look more into those things. We'll have a bit of our own Kama Sutra kind of exploration conceptually at Virginia Beach. Yeah, close on. It is a close on workshop. Yeah. So I just wanted to just give you a brief update on the Shasta. We haven't. This isn't a Grid Masters. Well, it is, but not that way. It's not a traveling Grid Masters type workshop where we're all heavy on planetary grids and gravitrons and what holes are opening up now and that kind of thing. We still have the towers are still coming up in the planetary grids. There's a whole bunch of graphology that has to be done before we get into talking about the glass towers and the crystal canyons and those kind of things that we introduced in Shasta. So there is more to come. That will be later, not in the Virginia Beach workshop, because that's going to be the kind of grand finale of the Sacred Sex workshops. I hope that you've enjoyed what we've done. I apologize, but I'm so tired of apologizing for Guardian time. It's not my idea, but it's when it comes out. I thank you for being patient with it, and I hope you feel that the information that you wait for is worth your while. This is very special and precious information. I wish I had chart packs to give you, because I always enjoyed that. You can go home and say, what was it we just learned? Right? Oh, it's right there on page whatever. We're working on them, but these are going to take a while because the graphs are difficult to do. They're very intense. They have a lot of detail that has to be checked and rechecked to make sure it's right. And again, they have very little words, but at least they have some. It'd be like K23 manual, all pictures. Right? What's that? Just read the little thing on the bottom. Right? So, does anybody have any short answer questions? I never give time for questions, but any immediately really necessary questions. Okay, because it is late and we could the questions could take 4 hours. All right, that one went up first.
Did you say that the Adon cycle was being booked in this weekend, or is that the next time?
I believe this is 5 birthing, and I believe, let me see, Monad 4 completes, and it's the Amareya hub actually that's birthing in, yeah, because I had it written down wrong.
Was there an activation specifically for that, or was that just
These will pick right up with it, because see, these have been cycling in the Indigo Shield since we started in Tenerife. So if you do any of the activations of these other things, it will catch you up with those, at least on the subharmonic level, and then your body will do its own natural bass pulse rhythm till it gets them cycling on the harmonic level. Okay? Sure. Yep.
Could you explain something about why we did a workshop in Denver?
Why we did a workshop in Denver?
Being the way the energy is there.
Well, just because the airport might not have the greatest energy doesn't mean there's not some special things in the Colorado grids. Just as a hint, first of all, I say because we were guided to do it there, because there are one of the interface gate networks run up through there, some of the control gates of them. There's some interesting things in Colorado, so much so that we were asked to purchase a house there, not in Denver, but up in Colorado. And I never lived there before. I mean, it wasn't someplace I would put in my top 10, you know. But there are some very special interface gate networks there that have to do with the Aurora gates and the Eartha gates. And they are actually supporting gate systems that will give support to, once they activate, they will give support to the ones for Arc 7 here, you know, in this area and in others. So they're actually a set of control gates that run the Eartha elemental force, and that's why we were asked to go there for that particular activation, because it was easier to do the Shadi activation in those spaces. So that's why they're. Yeah, it's part of Arc 7 Hub, yeah. Yeah, Colorado is part of Arc 7 Hub, as he was pointing out as well, when you look at the hub maps. Yeah, okay, yes?
Would it be premature to start using the glory hands, or should we wait for further alignment within ourselves first?
Well, that's a good question. Is it too soon to begin using the glory hands, or should you wait for, you know, further alignments in yourself first? I think that would be a very personal thing. If you're playing with K2-3 already, and you're doing Lotus Touch, and you're doing those kind of healings, or even if you've been doing some other kind of healings, you can bring the glory hands into it. If you notice that they're not turned on, because they'll go on and off all on their own, right, when they want to, but you can call them into service, and with simply just inhale and push down from the Azrae, just any kind of current, and it will pop them out. If you feel that you want to, you can use them in other healing applications that you've used. What it will simply do is add to whatever other healing thing you're practicing. It will add that you are giving to the person the Rosetta code, and their being can do with that what they want. Some will just reject it and actually bounce it off if they're planning to fall and their higher parts want it that way. Well, but others, it will actually assist in the healing, and it should give you stronger currents, whatever you combine them with. You would notice that any of your your Doradic currents, whatever currents you'd be using with your healing, you'd start to feel them. They'd run sometimes hotter, sometimes colder, but stronger. You should be able to build a better magnetic bar in between your hands where you can really feel the currents build. So play with them. It is okay to play with them a while, but you don't have to yet either. So let it be individual. If you feel like you want to run out and immediately start playing with them, go for it. If you want to just let this sit with you for a while and let more of your axiotonal lines adjust, then do that. Because see, right now you'll be running it subharmonic, and because your axiotonal lines will take a while to clear, and so will your chakras, and so will the Rushite spiral. You've got a good burst of clearing now. All right, you're not going to hurt anybody with what's there because you've already been running currents, that were better than what most people are running in their own bodies at this point. They're clearer than what most people that aren't using these techniques are doing. So you're not going to hurt anyone, but you will get stronger. 3 months from now, your currents and your Rosetta code will be stronger, and you'll be able to transmit it, with more firmness than you would be able to right now. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't right now. Let it be yours. What you feel like doing, if you feel like doing it. I would suggest playing with it. Just, like playing with the ball, the Rosetta sphere, bring it up, move it around, put it in a part of your body. If you have a part that doesn't feel good at the moment, try to actually move the whole sphere to that part of the body and ask it to assist you in healing. Ask it to show you the microvision, where you can actually see in the cells what's happening. Ask it to work with you and to co-create with you, and it will, because it is an elemental force. It is a pure elemental force. So that's an elaboration as well as an answer to your question. Okay, this is why I'm very careful about question and answer periods, because if you have a dozen people asking questions to me, that could be a workshop unto itself. All right. There is somebody in the back there.
Did you say that it carries also the encryption of the Christ code in the Rosetta code here?
Oh yes, it's built on it. Yeah, the Rosetta code emerges later as a more complex code that emerges from the base 12 Chris code. That is the first creation code carried in the first Partakai and the second Partakai, and everything else built on it. Okay.
So if you are consciously trying to use that or gift it to someone, you're also at the same time you're gifting the mathematical programming from the Chris code too?
Yes. Yeah. In fact, when you're using any of the frequencies of the healing technologies we've used, you are doing that. All right. This just gives it a stronger imprint because it connects directly into the elemental consciousness fields, which means like hydrogen molecules and atoms and things like that. Hydrogen molecules? No, hydrogen atoms. I'm tired. Okay. And any other emergency questions? There. What?
Just like if you give someone a hug, a family member, just on a very basic beginner level, they have no clue what we're doing.
Right.
Can we gift them this?
Yes. Yeah. You can gift it, but not force it at them, like spiritually, where you can say, I offer this to you, and kind of like hold that thought to their own Christic levels and to their own Eden levels. And they'll take it from there. Yeah. And so it's like, yes, you can give it, and don't worry about whether it's received or not kind of thing. Yeah. Okay. Hands. Oh, no more hands. Okay. I think we could call it a night or a morning. Yeah. I'm done. Are you? Thank you very much again for your patience and for being here.